Good morning to
Uh,
all of you, and welcome to today's conference on reinventing the sense of belongingness for organizational excellence. And our session topic is tolerance, empathizing, identity, appreciating diversity, a toolkit to belongingness. A sense of belonging involves more than simply being acquainted with other people. It is centered on gaining acceptance, appreciation, and support from members of the group, as well as providing the same attention to other members. Belongingness is a motivation that plays an important role in social presentation, social comparison, and seeking out stable and long lasting relationships with others. I would request Professor Dr. Manohar Sajnani ji, Dean Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism, Director, Amity Institute of Travel and Tourism, to kindly introduce the panelist and the session chair. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vora. To quote Liz Foslian, diversity is having a seat at the table, inclusion is having a voice, and belonging is having the voice be heard, to unquote. It is with the background of this perspective and increased relevance of belongingness during the post-COVID period that this theme of the 2 days international conference on reinventing the sense of belongingness for organizational excellence is adopted, as well as the theme of this session, tolerance, empathizing identity, appreciating diversity, a toolkit to belongingness is adopted. Good morning, one and all. And it is my proud privilege to welcome our eminent panelist and session chair on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, our young, dynamic and visionary Chancellor, whose birthday we are celebrating today as Day of Belongingness, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan sir, and our so very own mentor and guiding force, respected VC Madam, Professor Balwanta Shukla. Now, without losing any more time, let me now take the opportunity to introduce our eminent panelists. We have Professor Roop Kishore Shastri ji. I'll read out his profile in absentia, who will be joining soon. Vice Chancellor Gurukul Kangdi, deemed to be University Haridwar, Uttarakhand, an eminent scholar of Vedic literature, Nirukta, and linguistics. He is former Secretary, MSR VVP, Ujjain, Ministry of HRD, Government of India. He has authored a large number of highly cited research papers and books. He has been part of various international ministries and universities, including universities at Indonesia, Goethe University, Germany, Johannes Gutenberg University, Germany. He has received more than 20 international and national awards. Welcome, sir. Professor Bhuvnesh Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi Vedic Vishwavidyalaya, Karaundi, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. PhD in Maharshi Vedic Science with more than 46 years of teaching, research, and administrative experience. His research interest centers around Maharshi conscious-based education, Maharshi Vedic vibration technology, Maharshi Jyotish, transcendental meditation, and Siddhi program. Professor Bhuvnesh Kumar Sharma ji is also the National Director, Culture and Religion for India, Global Country of World Peace. He has been awarded with Maharshi Award in 2000 by His Holiness Maharshi Mahesh Yogi ji. Welcome, sir, and with gratitude for your presence, sir. Dr. Subhash Goyal, uh, I know words will fall short to read out his profile, but I'll try to read out, sir. Member, National Tourism Advisory Council, Ministry of Tourism, and Chairman, Strict Travel and Air Charter Group, one of India's biggest B2B travel company. Dr. Goyal is a legendary and iconic figure of Indian tourism and hospitality industry. He has represented India globally and has brought global players to India. Dr. Goyal is the author of much acclaimed and applauded book titled Poverty Eradication and Economic Development Through Tourism. I mean, there is no association in tourism and hospitality which Dr. Goyal has not been the founder, chairman of that association. That's why we call him a legendary figure. Mr. Adarsh Srivastava, plant head, Mahindra and Mahindra, Haridwar, have well experienced and trained in engine-based product design and development and end-to-end product quality by manufacturing. Mr. Srivastava has worked with global brands like Honda Motor Company, Japan, Komatsu, Japan, Birla Power in collaboration with Kippo China. He has also been actively engaged with academic institutions as members of Academic Council, Board of Studies, creation of Center of Excellence and operations, conduct of the Center of Excellence activities, IQAC certification, and so on. So he is the pure blending of academic and the industrial experience. Welcome, sir. And now I have the privilege of introducing the chair of the session, our very own Professor Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay ji. Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay is a multifaceted scholar, academician, and administrator, and also is a visionary leader in India's education community in modern times. I mean, during my association at Amity over last good 8 to 10 years with Professor Bandyopadhyay, I can fully vouch on the one fact that he is one person known to one and all, not only in academics, but in the industry also. He is a gold medalist in his master's degree and has 2 PhDs, one in computer application and another in management. He was the Dean and Acting Director of IIM Lucknow, Director Indian Institute of Forest Management Bhopal, Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, and was also the Vice Chancellor of IMS University, Dehradun. Presently, he is the Chief Advisor to the Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and Chairman, Amity Law School. He is an astute professional in the field of management and widely respected transformational leader in the field of education in India. Sir, thank you for accepting our request to be the chair of the session.
This is our program. So
with this, I hand over the charge to the chair of the session. Over to you, sir. I welcome you to share your thought on this theme and welcome the panelists for their deliberation, sir. Professor Nagpal, welcome. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajnani.
God bless you all.
I once again welcome to the eminent scholars and eminent panelists of today's session. And without taking much time, because their big profile has already been, already been deliberated. And in absentia, on my personal behalf, on behalf of the entire Amity universe, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, and on behalf of our Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, once again, I welcome Professor Rup Kishore Shastri ji, Professor Bhuvanesh Sharma ji, Dr. Sudesh Goyal ji, and Mr. Adar Srivastav ji. Our Honorable Founder President always says, whatever we do have to have outcomes. Our Chancellor says, be focused with a purpose. This conference we are conducting not only for networking, knowledge sharing, but also for honoring our Chancellor in propagating his philosophy of togetherness with a sense of belongingness. We all know that knowledge creations are one of the most important activity of any university, but application of knowledge without values brings disasters. That is why Amity from its inception propagates value-based education and practices through different interventions. This the philosophy of our Honorable Founder President and Chancellor. This 2 days conference, reinventing the sense of belongingness for organizational excellence, deliberates many facets of belongingness, and this session is devoted to tolerance, empathizing identity, appreciating diversity, and they are the toolkit to belongingness. We all know that the processes, practices, and theories of belonging have become a subject of interest and interrogation across multiple disciplines. This includes, but are not limited to political science, gender studies, studies of religion, race relations, sociology, migration studies, social geography, psychology, and adolescent health, philosophy, and cultural studies, and youth festival, to name a few. Because the belongingness that arises through connectedness is an active social process of everyday life. It is necessarily always relational. This means it is produced through the co-constitutive interactions of individual with other people things, institution, and specific socio-cultural context. It is this interaction between the self and the social, how individuals belong, that works to define and configure what it means to belong and not to belong. They assert hegemonic and counter-hegemonic symbolic and social practices, including languages, values, and cultural practices. The need to belong, also known as belongingness, refers to a human emotional need to affiliate and be accepted by members of the group. This may include the need of belonging to a peer group at education institution, to be accepted by co-workers, to be part of an athletic team, or to be a part of the religious group, and so on and so forth. And that is the way we see that our need to belong is what drives us to seek out stable, long-lasting relationship with other people. It also motivates us to participate in social activities such as clubs, sports teams, religious groups, and community organizations. By belonging to a group, people feel as if we are a part of something bigger and more important than ourselves. While Maslow suggested that the need for belonging helps people to experience companionship and acceptance through family, friends, and other relations. A 2020 study in college students found a positive link between a sense of belonging and greater happiness and overall well-being. So we can see that social belonging is a fundamental human need, hardwired into our DNA. And yet, 40% of the people say that they feel isolated at work, and the result has been organizational commitment and engagement. It has been seen by some countries that they spend huge amount of money on diversity and inclusion trainings that miss the mark because they neglect the need to feel included. Recent research showed that if workers feel like they belong, companies reap substantial bottom line benefits, better job performance, lower turnover risk, and fewer sick days. Experiments show that individuals coping with left out feelings can prevent them by gaining perspective from others, mentoring this in a similar condition, and thinking of strategies for improving the situation. For team leaders and colleagues who want to help others feel included, serving as a fair-minded ally, someone who treats everyone equally can offer protection to buffer the exclusionary behavior of others. Today, with us, very eminent speaker from Vice Chancellor to corporate honchos. Now, may I request one by one just to come for the deliberations on the topics. Dr. Sajnani, has Kishoreji joined?
No, sir, he will be joining. He is joining soon, sir.
So now
I just spoke with him. We can start with
Bhuvanesh Sharma. Yeah. So may I request now Bhuvanesh Sharma and to say on the topic that already has been told thrice: tolerance, empathizing identity, appreciating diversity. And generally they are the characteristics of values. And now how these values can be used as a toolkit to generate or to create belongingness. So may I now invite Professor Bhuvanesh Sharma, Vice Chancellor Mahesh Yogi Vedic Vishwavidyalaya, to say his philosophy, his thoughts, and his work. And I would request to restrict between 10 and 12 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Narayana Samarambha, Shri Shukacharya Madhyamam, Shankaracharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam, Ya Kundindu Tushar Har Dhavila, Ya Shubhrastavata, Ya Veena Vardhan Manditkara, Ya Shvet Padmasana, Ya Brahmachu Shankar Pradibhir, Devai Sada Vandita, Samam Patu Saraswati Bhagavati, Nishesha Jadyapaha. A very good morning to everyone, especially our session chair, Dr. Bandhu Padhyaji, our coordinator, Professor M. Sajnani ji, and all our panelists and all those who are connected. It's really a very great joy today to talk about the belongingness and then also to expand to the tolerance and appreciating diversity and empathizing identity. Actually, in India, what we say is that if you have to take care of the whole plant, because plant is it can be a big tree. There are so many branches and there are so many flowers and fruits and so many things are there. So it is something very diversified. So universe is, I can say, diversified universe is there. But now if you want to catch hold of this diversity and appreciate this diversity, we can take this diversity in the form of seed. In the seed, the whole plant is there. So if we take care of the seed, we can say in one way, control over the whole plant. From Maharishi always said that if we water the root, then all the branches will become nourished. All the branches will be taken care of. So in India, what we say, there are so many things actually. When we talk of values, there are so many things. When we talk of our, we can say, relationship to our family members, to our friends, then to society, and then at international level. So there are so many relations as well. So how to take care of all these things? In India, there is a saying, "Ek hi sadhe sab sadhe." Handle that by handling which everything else is handled. And we in India, we are very fortunate that for this knowledge, India was called Jagat Guru. We all know that India was called Jagat Guru, and our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji also says that India has to regain this position. And we are very fortunate that we have 130 crores of people. They are the cosmic computers. Once we can say program this cosmic computer, the human mind, then we can control everything. So this, when we say belongingness, now belongingness, there are two ways of explaining this. When you think that you are, we can say you belong something to a group, then you take care of the group. Then you are also part of the society. So you belong to society. Then actually you are a part of the whole universe. So every action, there is, we can say, different varieties of action, what we think, what we do, what we really express, all these things, they are coming from the consciousness. So what we say, that in belonging, we have to expand the consciousness of the individual, the consciousness of a worker and the consciousness of a manager. Difference is there. Worker may be just focused to his work, but a manager has a broadened consciousness. So what happens is that there is one technique, as I said, ekai sadhe sab sadhe, by handling which everything else will be handled. So if we take care of ourselves, then our identity will be, we say, I am Atma Brahm, means myself is Brahm. That is the whole diversity. Whatever we see, everything has emerged from the Brahm. It also says, Vedo Akhilo Dharma Moolam. We are talking of diversity. So when we actually nowadays we have to explain many terms, because many terms have been misunderstood. When we talk of religion, people think in very limited form, they think of religion, that this is Hindu religion, this is Muslim, this is Christian. No, what we say religion is the laws of nature. Working in accordance with the laws of nature is following one's dharma. In Bhagavad Gita, it says, Swadharmam nidhanam shreyam, means you should work according to your dharma. Your dharma means your own skill. Whatever you get established in self, yogastha kuru karmani. You get established in self, and then whatever you do, it will be spontaneously in accordance with the laws of nature. That's how it will be according to the dharma. So belongingness has to be, there are many researches actually. I would like to just mention that transcendental meditation is a technique for getting established in self. Nowadays, yoga also is a most misunderstood term, because they think that actually it was in 1960s when Maharishi ji was teaching transcendental meditation. At that time, someone asked Maharishi that, Maharishi ji, there are 8 aspects of yoga, yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, and you are talking of dhyan. Dhyan comes 7th. So Maharishi said, no, these are not the 8 steps, but it is 8 aspects of the yoga, 8 limbs of the yoga. And if you catch one limb, then the whole thing comes. So Maharishi Patanjali also, in the very beginning, it says, yogas chittavritti nirodha, means if you can, tendency of the mind, if you get established in yourself, sarupe avasthanam, if you are getting established in yourself, then that is yoga. So transcendental meditation is a technique by which you get established in your own self. And there are researches in which it has been shown that students or people practicing transcendental meditation, they actualize their self. They actualize their self. As our chairperson was mentioning, that one find isolated. Here it will not be isolated, but one becomes Aham Brahmasmi. One feels a consciousness, which is a broadened consciousness. And so then only this saying that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is our family, will really come to practice. And we can do it very easily. This is such a technique that one can practice only 20 minutes morning, 20 minutes evening. We can say programming the mind, taking the awareness to the transcendental level, which is the broadened consciousness. We say there are different states of consciousness, and basically in this short talk, I will be mentioning only 4 states of consciousness that everyone, any person who is meditating or not, they are experiencing 3 states of consciousness: waking, dreaming, and sleeping states of consciousness. Everyone is either awake, either sleeping, or in dreams. But when we are practicing transcendental meditation, and that now has been proved scientifically also, that there is a 4th state of consciousness, which is called transcendental consciousness, for which our Vedic texts are saying, Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtham Manyante. That 4th state of consciousness is the consciousness of silence, consciousness of Shiva, and that is worth knowing. Shivam Shantam Advaitam. There is no duality. Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtham Manyate. People know it as the 4th state of consciousness. So for every individual, whether one is a student, or faculty, or anyone, it is very important to every day, morning and evening, experiencing that broadened state of consciousness by which one becomes yogastha. In Bhagavad Gita, it says, yogastha kuru karmani. Get established in yoga and then perform action. And now I am talking of, there is a lot of scientific research as well on the theory and the practice of transcendental meditation. It is not just that we are mentioning Aham Brahmasmi, or we are saying Sarvam Kalvidam Brahm, the whole universe has emerged from the self. No, there is a Vedic science behind this. And no, not necessary to study all that science, because we have the consciousness, we have the whole apparatus, and then we just go within and experience that self. Then we will be connected to the whole universe. How I am saying we are connected to the whole universe? Because there are scientific charts. Time is not enough to explain all that, but I am just mentioning that in the early days, in 60s, when Maharishi went abroad and he explained about this 4th state of consciousness, he said that is the simplest form of awareness. Like if you take an electron nowadays is considered either to be a particle or wave. In the quantum mechanics, it says that sometimes it behaves like a particle, sometimes it behaves like a wave. So if we take the wave nature of the particle, then the wave can be silenced, and then there is no activity. So that is called the state of least excitation, when there is no activity at all. And it is this human nervous system for which in India say that even Devatas, they look for the human nervous system to achieve that state. So in those days, in 1960s, it was called as a state of least excitation or vacuum state. But then, as Maharishi explained more qualities of this state, then a state come, unified field theories has come. Unified field theories, what they say, that there is like electric field is there, magnetic field is there, nuclear fields are there. We can unify all these fields, and then we reach to this unified field. Now, unified field is an all-pervading field. It is everywhere. Like you see, we are connected to the through the internet at a very subtle level. But then that field is even more subtler than this field. So that is called the unified field. And this human machinery is such that it can experience that transcendence. So that whatever we think, because intellectual level, we cannot teach values. We cannot, so many values are there. We see that every day, that many learned people, they make mistakes. They make big mistakes. And so they know that this is not right, but still they are doing it. So what we have to do? We have to train them to enliven their consciousness, to have experience of that unbounded awareness within, so that whatever they think will always be right. And there are examples in our Vedic literature. In Ramcharitmanas, it says, Raghuvanshinkar Sahaj Subhau, Man Kupant Pag Dharangakau. This is our, we can say, spontaneous nature, that we are always thinking right. And when we say thinking right, we are saying from the level of, we can say, good for the individual himself, for the society, and for the whole universe. This is the difference between modern science and Vedic science. And we in India, because this is the land of the Vedas, so it is the responsibility of all the academicians and all the leaders in the field of education that they bring this knowledge, the knowledge of transcending morning and evening, so that we can act wherever we are. We have taught transcendental meditation in many corporate world. People are practicing transcendental meditation, and they have seen that the employees who are practicing transcendental meditation, they have better job performance, and there are scientific researches for that, and they have better coordination with their superiors. So in the students, they have better behavior with each other. So we may talk of many values. We talk of different values like Maitri, friendship is there, Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, different qualities of values are there. But to imbibe all those qualities, we have not to do much. That is why India is Jagadguru, because we have such a simple technology that what we do is to do nothing. But then what we achieve everything. Wellness at the level of individual, at the level of society. What we can do when we talk of emphasizing identity, this identity will be such that the whole world is my own family. And when we are working for our family, it is our own job. So obviously we belong to, everything belongs to us, and we belong to everything. So this
Wonderful.
is all these saying that Sarvam Khalvidam Brahm and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, all these things will be coming into fruition very easily without doing much. This I am just explaining very shortly because I want to give an opportunity to ask people to ask questions, and then we can talk more about it.
Sir.
But it is always a joy, and from my side, it is only my humble submission that all of you, all those who are listening and connected, they should practice and learn transcendental meditation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Adesh ji, our honorable founder president has joined us. So he was eagerly looking forward to listen to all of you. And it is our great fortune, I would say that in spite of his busy schedule, that on this conference, very important conference, on the day of our honorable chancellor's birthday, we are conducting, as I mentioned already in my opening remark, because with a purpose, with a focus, we are conducting these conferences to learn and listen from all the eminent scholars. So let us welcome our honorable founder president on this platform. Sir, welcome, sir.
Namaskar.
Now may I request Professor Rup Kishore Shastri ji, Vice Chancellor of Gurukul Kangri Vishwavidyalaya, to express his views about the topic tolerance, empathizing identity, appreciating diversity. How these values can be used as a toolkit to develop belongingness. Rupchand ji. Rup Kishore ji. Is he there?
He is there, sir. Professor Shastri.
Professor Shastri?
Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Sir,
Professor
unmute
Shastri?
yourself, sir. Yes, sir. Now unmute. Yeah.
अब आ रही है आवाज?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
आपको आवाज
Welcome,
मेरी
sir.
आ रही है कि
Welcome.
नहीं?
Yeah.
जी सर, आ रही है
आ
सर.
रही है, बिल्कुल ठीक।
बिल्कुल आ रही है सर, बिल्कुल आ रही है।
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा। सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं और साथ में प्रणाम करता हूं। क्या ये वाइस चांसलर साहब और फाउंडर अपने प्रेसिडेंट साहब जुड़ गए हैं?
है सर।
हाँ सर, है सर।
फाउंडर सर
जुड़े हुए हैं सर। मैं
जी।
उनको भी बहुत सा आदर पूर्वक दोनों को याद कर रहा हूं, प्रणाम भी कर रहा हूं। और मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है कि आज अपने प्रिय बंधु श्री अतुल चौहान जी का बर्थडे है, जन्म दिवस है, और ऐसे जन्मोत्सव पर मुझे भी हरिद्वार से आप लोगों ने जोड़ा है। ये मेरा एक सौभाग्य है कि आज मैं अतुल जी के जन्म दिवस पर दो शब्द आशीर्वाद के रूप में।
भाई रूप किशोर जी, सॉरी
जी सर, प्रणाम सर।
मैं दूसरी मीटिंग छोड़ के भागा आया हूँ। आप बोल रहे हो, आपका बोलना सुनना सारे परिवार के लिए आपका आशीर्वाद। मैं आप सबको बताऊं, भाई रूप किशोर जी हमारे परिवार से, हम इससे बहुत सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आपको बताऊं, अतुल जी की शादी में ये स्पिरिचुअल चीफ गेस्ट होके जयपुर गए थे।
बहुत अच्छा।
मैंने वहां भी इनको करवाया। तो लड़की वाले पूजा जी की फैमिली कहते हैं, अरे इतने विद्वान लोग लेके आए हो आप, आपका परिवार तो बहुत ही स्पिरिचुअल होगा। तो भाई रूप किशोर जी आपका उद्बोधन सब इंटरेस्टेड है। मैं सब कुछ छोड़ के यहाँ बैठा हूँ, सुन रहा हूँ।
मुझे
And Shastri ji, just see that how you belong to Amity and Amity belongs to
Amity
you.
belongs to you.
डॉक्टर शिवामूर्ति,
Shastri sir, namaskar for the president.
रूप किशोर जी बहुत मायनों में हमारे परिवार के मार्गदर्शक भी हैं और
Yes, sir.
एक देश के लिए ऐसा नेता है जो देश की सभ्यता, संस्कृति, संस्कारों को बदलने में सक्षम है और लगे हुए हैं। तो
एक हफ्ते पहले उनसे बात किया था।
फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट सर, जब मैंने कांटेक्ट किया सर को, तो जब बताया एमिटी से, तो सर ने एकदम कहा, हालांकि हमारे यहाँ अमित शाह जी आ रहे हैं कन्वोकेशन में, पर मैं एमिटी के नाम से, तो उन्होंने एकदम तुरंत कहा कि आपकी ब्लेसिंग्स के जरूर आएंगे सर।
बिल्कुल।
बहुत कृपा। चलिए
डॉक्टर चौहान, टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से बहुत कांग्रेचुलेशंस एंड मे गॉड गिव यू
आदेश गोयल जी,
लॉन्ग हेल्दी लाइफ।
थैंक यू।
वी आर प्राउड ऑफ एमिटी।
सुभाष गोयल जी सर,
सारे सुभाष
गोयल जी सर,
किंग ऑफ द पिक। नहीं, ये तो मैं जानता हूँ बहुत।
सर
कितने लोगों को बाहर भेजा इन्होंने, कितने लोगों को विचार बदले हैं। मैं आपसे मिलूंगा कभी, मुझे बहुत बात करनी है आपसे।
थैंक यू सर, इट बी माय ऑनर।
जी चौहान साहब, मैं आपको
सर, नाउ मे आई रिक्वेस्ट यू सर,
प्लीज।
जी सर,
शास्त्री जी, प्रोफेसर शास्त्री।
जी सर, मैं बहुत श्रद्धा पूर्वक प्रणाम करता हूं अपने मार्गदर्शक और प्रेरणा स्रोत डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान साहब को, जिन्होंने हमको जोड़ा, सबको जोड़ा, पूरे आर्य जगत को जोड़ा हुआ है। और जिस परंपरा से आपने ये सब परिवार को दीक्षित रखा हुआ है, ये अपने में एक वैदिक धर्म का, वैदिक संस्कृति का एक जीता जागता नमूना है हमारे सामने, इस देश के सामने, दुनिया के सामने, कि एक ऐसा परिवार जिस पर हम संकेत कर सकते हैं कि जिन्होंने अपनी संस्कृति को, अपने समस्त परंपराओं को और उस वैदिक विरासत को बहुत अच्छी तरह से बना के रखा हुआ है, संजो करके रखा है। ऐसे हम सभी के श्रद्धेय डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान साहब, मैं जब कभी जिक्र आता है तो एक तरह से मेरे हृदय में बहुत बड़ी श्रद्धा उत्पन्न होती है चौहान साहब के लिए। और इस दृष्टि से रहती है क्योंकि इन्होंने जिस ढंग से परिवार के साथ संस्थाओं को जोड़ा है, संस्थाओं के साथ में और दूसरों को जोड़ा है, वो एक परंपरा दी है, वो एक संस्कार दिए हैं। और ये दुर्लभ है सारी दुनिया में ऐसी चीज। आज भाई अतुल चौहान का जो जन्म दिवस है, मैं इसलिए अपने को सौभाग्यशाली समझ रहा हूँ। जैसा कि डॉक्टर चौहान साहब ने कहा कि मैं तो इनके विवाह का भी साक्षी रहा हूँ, अतुल जी का और पूजा जी के साथ जो इनका विवाह हुआ, ये 2003 में हुआ था। आज से लगभग 19 साल पहले की बात है। और हम लोग दिल्ली से ही जयपुर के लिए निकले, बड़ा आमोद प्रमोद करते हुए, एंजॉय करते हुए, रास्ते में जगह जगह रुकते हुए ऐसा लगता था कि जैसे एक बहुत बड़ा उत्सव हमारे जीवन का एक प्रधान उत्सव बन रहा है। और जिस ढंग से हम लोगों का सम्मान, हम लोगों का एक स्वागत कन्या पक्ष लड़की वालों ने किया, 5 स्टार में होटल हम ठहरे, इतनी शानदार वहां पर ये सेरेमनी हुई। और चौहान साहब का जो एक आयोजन था, जो एक संयोजन था, जो एक प्रबंधन था वो अभूतपूर्व था। तो मैं आज इसलिए मैं प्रसन्न हूँ कि जिनके विवाह का मैं साक्षी रहा, आज उनके जन्म दिवस का भी मैं वर्चुअल साक्षी हूँ। तो मैं भाई अतुल जी आपको हृदय से, आप मेरे से छोटे हैं लेकिन आप और हम एक अलग यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर भी हैं, तो मैं उस नाते से आपको बहुत विश करता हूँ, बहुत प्यार करता हूँ, आपको बहुत बहुत सम्मान करता हूँ और आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं शुभेच्छाएं प्रदान करता हूँ कि आज आपने जो हम सभी को अपने जन्मोत्सव पर एकत्रित किया और इन सभी की ब्लेसिंग्स आप ले रहे हैं और एक संदेश जा रहा है। और संदेश इस बात का है कि जो वेदों में कहा यत्र विश्वम भवत्येक नीडम, ये सारा जो विश्व है, सारा जो संसार है, वो एक हमारा एक घोंसला है, हमारा एक घर है और हम इसी कल्चर में विश्वास करते हैं, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की कल्चर में विश्वास करते हैं। इस कल्चर का एक छोटा जो रूप है, जो एक वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का रूप है, वो आपके परिवार में हमको दिखाई देता है। और मुझे पता है कि रोज यज्ञ होता है इस परिवार में और बिना यज्ञ किए हुए कोई बाहर नहीं निकलता। ये जो एक ऐसी संस्कार की परंपरा है इस परिवार में, ये ऐसा ही नहीं है परिवार में रखा है, जिस जिस संस्था में आप काम करते हैं उस संस्था में ये संस्कार आप सभी स्टाफ के लिए, प्रोफेसर्स के लिए, नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ के लिए, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए आप अपने जितना भी सामर्थ्य है उतना आप भरने का प्रयास करते हैं। आपके संस्थानों से निकले हुए हजारों छात्र इस देश और दुनिया में सेवा दे रहे हैं। वो अपने संस्कार संपन्न है, नीति से संपन्न है, जो मॉरल वैल्यूज हैं उनसे संपन्न है। इससे बढ़कर के शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में और क्या योगदान हो सकता है इस एमिटी फैमिली का। ये एक बहुत उभरता, एक देश का ही नहीं एक विश्व का उभरता हुआ ये एमिटी परिवार है शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, एकेडमिक फील्ड में। मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूंगा और वो ये है, मैं सभी के लिए संदेश देना चाहूंगा और मैं प्राय अपने विश्वविद्यालय में भी देता हूँ। देखिए, जो अपने कार्यों में कुशल रहता है, अभी मैं व्याख्यान सुन रहा था इससे पहले जो संबोधन कर रहे थे, बड़े अच्छे विचार प्रस्तुत कर रहे थे, कुछ वेद आदि शास्त्रों के, रामायण इत्यादि कोटेशन दे करके शास्त्रों ने सभी समाधान रखे हैं। एक बहुत अच्छा एक शास्त्रकार ने कहा कि कर्मणि कुशलो यस्तु श्रद्धावान से समर्पिता अपेक्षा तस्य सर्वत्र सादरम संस्यते बुधैः। इसका अभिप्राय यह है, बड़ा सरल संस्कृत में है कि कर्मणि कुशलो यस्तु, जो अपने काम में यानी अपनी ड्यूटी पर कुशल रहता है, अपनी ड्यूटी में लगा रहता है, ऐसा व्यक्ति, और वो कैसा, श्रद्धा के साथ और समर्पण भाव, डेडिकेशन के साथ में, जो अपने काम में प्रवीण रहता है, अपनी ड्यूटी का पालन करता है, अपेक्षा तस्य सर्वत्र, उसकी डिमांड, अपेक्षा मीन्स डिमांड सभी जगह रहती है, और उसको साधारण संसदे बुधैः, उसको विद्वान लोग, उसको ऑफिसर्स लोग, उसको पब्लिक, उसको अधिकारी लोग सभी आदर पूर्वक देखते हैं। तो आज के इनके बर्थडे पर मैं एक यही संदेश देना चाहूंगा कि हम जिस जिस संस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं, आप के साथ जितने भी स्टाफ हैं, टीचिंग के हैं, नॉन टीचिंग के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, ये जितने भी इसके साथ संलग्न हैं, जुड़े हुए हैं, संबद्ध हैं, मेरा निवेदन यही है उन सभी से कि जिस जिस जो ड्यूटी का हमें अधिकार मिला हुआ, दायित्व मिला हुआ है, उसका हम पालन करें और कुशलता पूर्वक पालन करें, श्रद्धा के साथ पालन करें और समर्पित होकर के पालन करें। जिस जिस संस्था में जब जब तक हम काम कर रहे हैं, अगर ये स्वरूप रहेगा तो उसके लिए शास्त्रकारों का ये कहना है, ऐसे व्यक्ति की डिमांड हर जगह रहती है और उसको सभी लोग प्रशंसा प्रदान करते हैं। ये जो एक जिसे कहते हैं कि पेमेंट मिलना, पेमेंट का कोई जरूर नहीं है कि पेमेंट धन दौलत के रूप में या सैलरी के रूप में मिले, बल्कि पेमेंट यश के रूप में भी होती है, एक फेम के रूप में भी होती है, नेम के रूप में भी होती है। व्यक्ति इस फेम के लिए भी जीता है, यश के लिए भी जीता है। इसे शास्त्रों ने कहा है लोकेशणा। लोकेशणा भी प्रत्येक मनुष्य के साथ जुड़ी हुई है। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि जितने भी लोग जुड़े हुए हम लोग संस्थाओं से, हम उसके भागी बने और उसके हिस्सेदार बने, और ये तभी बन सकते हैं कि जब हम अपने अपने कार्यों में प्रवृत्त हों, अपने अपने कार्यों में संलग्न रहें, जुड़े रहें, और जहां जहां भी हैं उस अपनी ड्यूटी पर बिल्कुल डटे रहें, जुटे रहें, समर्पण भाव से और श्रद्धा के साथ। जहां पर श्रद्धा नहीं होती है, जहां पर डेडिकेशन नहीं होता है, वहां कार्य में भी सफलता नहीं मिलती है। इसलिए उपनिषदों ने कहा कि जो काम करो श्रद्धा के साथ करो, दान भी दो तो श्रद्धा के साथ दो। उन्होंने तो यहाँ तक कह दिया है कि श्रद्धा देम, श्रद्धा के साथ दान करो, श्रद्धा के साथ ड्यूटी करो, और इतनी ड्यूटी करो कि दूसरा व्यक्ति आपका प्रशंसक बन जाए। ये एक बहुत बड़ी पेमेंट होती है दुनिया में, और इतनी बड़ी पेमेंट मैं समझता हूँ ये धन दौलत छोटी चीज रह जाती है। इतिहास वही बनाया करते हैं जो अपने काम पर, अपने कार्य में, अपनी ड्यूटी पर रह करके ईमानदारी के साथ काम करते हैं, समर्पण के साथ काम करते हैं, डेडिकेशन के साथ काम करते हैं। ऐसे व्यक्ति की डिमांड कभी भी कम नहीं होती है, हमेशा बढ़ती है, हर एक कोई चाहता है। और यही जीवन की एक बहुत बड़ी पेमेंट है। ये जो पेमेंट का जो संस्कार मिल रहा है, ये जो भाव मिल रहा है, ये परंपरा मिल रही है, ये एमआईटी जैसी शानदार शैक्षिक संस्था से मिल रही है। और ये इसके पूरा जो क्रेडिट है वो चौहान साहब को जाता है, डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान साहब को जाता है। ये जितने हृदय से जो पवित्र हैं, उससे भी ज्यादा इनके पवित्र काम है। तो मैं ये कहूंगा कि इनके हृदय से निकली ये जो संस्कार की जो बेला है, ये जो बेल है, ये ऐसी चलती है, चाहे किसी भी दिशा में जैसे बेल चलती है, ऐसे ही इनके संस्कार की दिशा हर जगह फैलती है। और मैं ये कहता हूँ इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन, इतना बड़ा योगदान डॉक्टर चौहान साहब का है, और उन्होंने इसी संस्कार के बदौलत सारी संस्थाओं को जोड़ के रखा है, सारे स्टाफ को जोड़ के रखा है। चाहे आपका दुबई में हो, चाहे जयपुर में हो, चाहे और दूसरे विदेश में हो, चाहे आपका नोएडा में हो, लखनऊ में हो, कहीं भी हो, ये मामूली बात नहीं है। सब संस्था को जोड़ के रखना, संस्था को लीड करना, और वो भी संस्कारों के साथ।
35
कैंपसेस हैं इन 35 देश और विदेश में, चाहे वो और चाहे
15
विदेश में हो,
कंट्रीज,
चाहे यहाँ हो,
सर 15 देशों
इतने
में
कैंपसेस को जोड़ करके रखना, ये एक सूत्री काम है चौहान साहब का। और वो है डेडिकेशन, वो है समर्पण, वो है श्रद्धा, और वो है अपनी संस्कृति के मूल्यों पर रहकर कार्य करना। ये और किसी संस्था में देखने को नहीं मिलता। देखिए, मैं जिस संस्था से हूं उस संस्था में क्यों इनको संस्कार मिले, ये भी एक जानने की बात है। मैं अपनी बात जल्दी संपन्न कर रहा हूं क्योंकि और भी लोग बोलेंगे। वो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, शायद आप जितने 35 संस्थाओं से जुड़े हुए होंगे चौहान साहब के अतुल जी के बर्थडे पर जहां जहां जुड़े हुए, मैं उन सबको एक संदेश देना चाहता हूं कि ये संस्कार आया कहां से, ये परंपरा आई कहां से चौहान साहब के परिवार में, और चौहान साहब ने इस परिवार से निकल करके संस्थाओं में कहां से लागू कर दी। इसके पीछे केवल एक ही रहस्य है, वो मैं रहस्य आपको बता देना चाहता हूं। हालांकि डॉक्टर चौहान साहब ने जरूर कभी कभी कहा होगा, ऐसा है साहब, मैं जिस संस्था से जुड़ा हुआ हूं, इस संस्था में ही डॉक्टर चौहान साहब की माता जी, अतुल चौहान जी की दादी जी, यहाँ की स्नातिका 14 वर्ष पढ़ी है, बचपन से लेकर के युवा अवस्था तक स्नातिका होके गई है। और जो संस्कार आर्य समाज के गुरुकुल के संस्कार पढ़े, देहरादून में हमारा कन्या गुरुकुल, हमारा एक कैंपस है लेडीज कैंपस कन्याओं का, वो देहरादून में है, गुरु कांगड़ी विश्वविद्यालय का कैंपस। वो माता जी यानी अतुल जी की दादी जी, डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान जी की माता जी, कन्या गुरुकुल देहरादून यानी गुरुकुल कांगड़ी विश्वविद्यालय के कैंपस में पढ़ी है, स्नातक पूरी स्नातिका होकर निकली। ये नहीं 1-2 वर्ष होकर के पीजी कर लिया, यूजी कर लिया, पूरा वहां पूरा जीवन तप करके जब वो निकली है, परिवार में गई है, उन्होंने जिस तरीके से इस परिवार को संभाला था, जिस तरीके से इन बच्चों को पाला पोषा और संस्कारों से दीक्षित किया, शिक्षित किया, ये वही संस्कार है, ये वही संस्कार है, वही परंपरा है, वही विरासत है जो आपके इन 3500 कैंपस में बहुत शानदार तरीके से विराजमान है। मैं इस परंपरा को प्रणाम करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान जी से पहले पूज्य माता जी को प्रणाम करता हूं। और ये परंपरा जो मिली है हमारे गुरुकुल कांगड़ी की परंपरा है, ये आर्य समाज की परंपरा है और हम गौरवान्वित हैं। चौहान साहब, मैं एक जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि 20 मई को देश के माननीय गृह मंत्री दीक्षांत समारोह में आ रहे हैं, अभी 10-12 दिन के बाद। और आप भी सन 96 की बात है, शायद 96-95 की बात है, तो आप भी चीफ गेस्ट थे हमारे गुरु कांगड़ी विश्वविद्यालय के। और मैं उस समय अध्यापक ही था, छोटा अध्यापक था, बड़ा नहीं बना था, अब तो खैर वाइस चांसलर हो गया। और वो पूरा दृश्य मुझे सब याद आता है, जब मैडम भी साथ थी, बहन जी भी साथ थी आपके, और बिटिया भी साथ थी आपके, जो बाहर पढ़ती थी। ये सब आए और आप लोगों ने हमारे साथ बैठ के वहां विश्वविद्यालय में बैठ कर के जो नेतृत्व दिया, व्याख्यान दिया, वो रिकॉर्डेड है हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में। और मुझे भी मेरे मन मस्तिष्क में भी रिकॉर्डेड है। आप भी उस सब कैसे, कहाँ खड़े हैं, कैसे बात कर रहे हैं, बिटिया कैसे आपसे बात कर रही है, और मैडम भी कैसे साथ कहाँ है, ये सब मेरे इस जहन में आज भी है। इसलिए आप हमारे परिवार के हैं और आपके परिवार ने, विश्वविद्यालय ने एक हीरा हमको दिया है, बड़ा मुश्किल से आपने भेजा है राजपूत के रूप में। वो बहुत शानदार काम कर रहा है, तो वो एमएटी की बहुत बड़ी प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ा रहा है। तो मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ, एमएटी का कोई निकला हुआ व्यक्ति, यहाँ से कोई निकला हुआ छात्र, कोई भी यहाँ से गया हुआ अध्यापक, वो जहां भी जाएगा वो एमएटी का नाम कर रहा है। और इस सब के पीछे अगर कोई रहस्य है, बात है, कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन है, तो मैं निश्चित रूप से डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान जी को देता हूं इसका क्रेडिट। और इनकी जो विरासत है, इनकी जो परंपरा है, हम उसके मुरीद हैं, हम उसके प्रशंसक हैं। और यही कारण है कि आपकी 3500 कैंपस में जो एक विकास और एक उत्कर्ष दिखाई देता है, उसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ी तपस्या, एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान, ये सब माननीय डॉक्टर अशोक चौहान जी का है, जो हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत हैं, हमारे आर्य समाज के नेता भी हैं, शिक्षा जगत के भी नेता हैं। और इनको बड़े आदर के साथ हम सभी लोग याद करते हैं, हर समय याद करते हैं। मैं ऐसे परिवार को और ऐसी संस्था के उत्कर्ष के लिए मैं प्रणाम करने के साथ साथ उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और भाई प्रिय अतुल जी, आपको बहुत हृदय से आशीर्वाद है, आपके पूरे परिवार को आशीर्वाद है, आपके बच्चों को आशीर्वाद है, और पूजा जी को भी मेरा आशीर्वाद है, मेरा प्रणाम भी बोल दीजिएगा। बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
परम आदरणीय रूपकिशोर जी, बहुत ही अच्छा उद्बोधन करा। मैं सारे परिवार को सुनाऊंगा जो नहीं सुन पाए। उपाध्याय जी, डॉक्टर सजनानी जी, हमारे सुभाष गोयल जी, इन्होंने जो बताया, देखिए ना, ये संस्कारों का ही आज दिन है बात करने का। 14 साल जो अम्मा जी पढ़ी गुरुकुल कांगड़ी में, जो संस्कार वहां से आए। और रूपकिशोर भाई, पिताजी स्नातक हैं गुरुकुल महाविद्यालय जवालपुर के।
जी हाँ, जी हाँ, जी हाँ।
10 साल वाइस चांसलर रहा हूँ, चांसलर। तो संस्कार, मैं तो कल लेक्चर में कह रहा था जी, मेरे पास एक 8वीं फेल बच्चा ले आओ,
अच्छा,
कार्ड और वैल्यू हो तो मैं उसको बिलियनर बना दूंगा। अंजनी सुन रहे हो?
हाँ, सुनो।
तुम्हारे पिताजी इसके संस्कार तुम्हें मिले हैं। तो मैं कह रहा था सुभाष गोयल जी, 8वीं फेल बच्चा ले आओ, कोई एमटेक नहीं, डॉक्टरेट नहीं, उसमें संस्कार और वैल्यूज हो, आई विल मेक हिम बिलियनर। इस संस्कारों, और अगर कितना भी हार्वर्ड का, कैम्ब्रिज का, ऑक्सफोर्ड का, स्टैनफोर्ड का डबल PhD हो और संस्कार और वैल्यू नहीं है, जिंदगी बेरोजगार रहेगा।
जी जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
डॉक्टर चौहान, एक चीज इंडिया में सिर्फ आप कर सकते हैं।
जी सर।
स्कूल लेवल पे जो गुरुकुल सिस्टम था, जो लॉर्ड मैकॉले ने खत्म करा, उसको आप इंट्रोड्यूस करा दो। आपके पास ये इतनी बढ़िया यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, तो एक गुरुकुल सिस्टम जो हमारा था, जो इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ थी, अगर गुरुकुल शुरू हो जाए हर गांव में, हर कस्बे में, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि हम एक्चुअली विश्व गुरु बन जाएंगे।
भाई, अमिता जी भी सुन रही थी लेक्चर, वो अमिता जवाब दो इनका।
हाँ अच्छा सुभाष जी, मैं आपको कहते हैं आपका बहुत बहुत हार्दिक नमस्कार। हमारे स्कूल में कहते हैं स्कूल में वैल्यू सिस्टम पे बहुत, संस्कारों पे बहुत जोर दिया जाता है। मैं एमिटी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल्स, मेरे पास 28 स्कूल्स हैं, उनके लिए मैं काम करती हूँ और हमारे यहाँ संस्कारों पे बहुत काम किया जाता है। हमारे पास एक फॉर्मूला है जो डॉक्टर साहब ने बनाया, भाग, बिहेवियरल साइंस, हार्ड वर्क, एटीट्यूड, एम्बिशन एंड गॉड, और उसको लेके हम लोग बहुत काम करते हैं।
और मैकाले के जो पद्धति को बताओ।
हाँ, जो मैकाले का जो था ना, जो है, हम उसको बहुत ज्यादा प्रोपोगेट करते हैं कि बच्चों को बताते हैं कि मैकाले ने कैसे हमारे सिस्टम को, हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को
डिस्ट्रॉय करा।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ। तो हम लोग बहुत काम कर रहे हैं संस्कारों के ऊपर, क्योंकि जब तक बच्चे के पास चाहे वो 100% मार्क लिया है, उसका अच्छा सा उसको रिस्पेक्ट करना ना आए, उसको लोगों को प्यार बांटना ना आए, तो वो कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता। अभी मैं कहीं पढ़ रही थी कि नॉलेज जो है केवल 10 से 12% काम आपका काम करती है, रेस्ट इज ऑल बिहेवियरल साइंस, ये चाहिए होता है। तो गोयल साहब, हम लोग बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, कभी आपको इन पर्सन मिलूंगी और
नहीं प्लीज, मैं कुछ भी फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट इस मामले में करने को तैयार हूँ, बिकॉज एंड वी शुड कॉल देम गुरुकुल्स।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
एमिटी गुरुकुल्स, यू स्टार्ट एमिटी गुरुकुल्स and start from every panchayat, and we will create a silent revolution, and that will be the biggest contribution जो डॉक्टर चौहान की फैमिली, जो मुझे ये डॉक्टर रूप किशोर जी ने, शास्त्री जी ने समझाया, मेरी रिस्पेक्ट डॉक्टर चौहान के लिए 100 टाइम्स बढ़ गई। नो रियली, बिकॉज देर हम ये सोचते थे इस आदमी में क्या जादू है कि उन्होंने किस तरीके से एमिटी को पूरी वर्ल्ड में फैला दिया। और मैं अभी पहले इस सेमिनार से पहले बोल रहा था कि मैं सिंगापुर पास कर रहा था, तो मैंने एमिटी कैंपस देखा, मैं इतना खुश हो गया जैसे टाटा का कोई प्रोडक्ट देख के। अब एवरी इंडियन इज प्राउड ऑफ एमिटी। तो अब वो गुरुकुल सिस्टम है ना, ये डॉक्टर चौहान का जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, क्योंकि ये इंस्पिरेशन मुझे अभी मिली है, भगवान ने इंस्पिरेशन दी है कि ये शास्त्री जी को सुन के कि let today be an historical day where Amity starts
today is an historical day,
which is occasion of Dr. Chauhan's birthday।
मैं आपको एकदम, आपको अभी कोई फंक्शन होगा जब फिजिकली सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा, तो मैं आपको अपने स्कूल में इनवाइट करूंगा।
वो इतना जरूरी नहीं है। आज डॉक्टर चौहान के बर्थडे को हिस्टोरिकल बनाना है। आज एक प्रेस रिलीज आप रिलीज करो, ऑन डॉक्टर चौहान's birthday we are going to start Amity Gurukuls all over the country. Just announce this, and I tell you, you will catch the imagination of our Prime Minister, because I had, जब मैंने अपनी किताब उनको प्रेजेंट करी थी, when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, I had about 1 hour interaction with him. He will take this in his stride, because Gurukul, Amity Gurukuls, call them Amity Gurukuls. ये public schools शुरू ठीक है चलते हैं, those are all commercial activities, but let us do Amity Gurukul as a service to the country. Finished.
Yes sir,
very good.
Dr. Sharma ji, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, he's a great physicist.
yes sir,
Sharma ji lecture diya, I will listen to him again. He's a great physicist. Dr. Murthy, the way he was explaining the sanskars and values, Dr. Murthy,
yes sir,
इनको गोयल साहब को पकड़ के रखना है, इनको तो बनाते हैं कि गुरुकुल के संस्थान का
एक कॉन्सेप्ट बना लेते
हैं। आज के दिन अनाउंस होना चाहिए, प्रेस रिलीज आप बना दो, मैं उसको पूरे प्रेस में, मेरे पास कोई 500 व्हाट्सएप पे हैं प्रेस रिपोर्टर्स, मैं उसको कर दूंगा। आज ऑस्पिशियस ओकेजन है, आपके बर्थडे पे एमिटी गुरुकुल अनाउंस हो जाना चाहिए। फिनिश्ड।
हम डॉक्टर चौहान को बहुत
सर चलिए हम लोग इसको बात को आगे लेके चलेंगे।
बंदोपाध्याय सर, भुवनेश,
हम लोग बात को आगे लेके चलेंगे सर।
भुवनेश शर्मा जी भी बोलना चाह रहे हैं सर। वाइस चांसलर,
एक पॉइंट या कहना चाहूंगा, ये बहुत आज दिन है, डॉक्टर चौहान का आज बर्थडे है और डॉक्टर अशोक जी जुड़े हुए हैं, जिन्होंने इतनी बड़ी संस्था है। हम लोग
चांसलर अतुल जी का बर्थडे है सर।
है हाँ ठीक है, तो कोई बात नहीं, पूरी फैमिली के लिए एक बहुत सौभाग्य का दिन है और हम लोग इससे जुड़े हैं, तो हम लोग भी आज बहुत हर्ष में हैं और हम बहुत बहुत बधाई देते हैं। और मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, जो गोयल जी ने कहा कि जो गुरुकुल स्टार्ट करें उसमें ज्ञान जो दें वो अपने सेल्फ का ज्ञान भी दें, क्योंकि वास्तव में जो सारा ज्ञान का भंडार है आत्मई वेदम सर्वम, आत्मा का ज्ञान देना चाहिए और वो सबसे आसान है। उसको तो मैं निश्चित रूप से डॉक्टर अशोक जी जानते भी होंगे कि भावातीत ध्यान पूरी विश्व में महर्षि ने फैलाया है। आवश्यकता क्या है, हम लोग सारे जुड़े, जो काम हमारे यहाँ आर्य समाज कर रहा है, जो कार्य हमारे यहाँ विभिन्न सांस्कृतिक संस्थाएं कर रही हैं, उस सबको इकट्ठा सबकी अच्छी अच्छी चीजों को लेकर वो करना चाहिए। तो यही भावातीत ध्यान भी करें और साथ में
प्रोफेसर जी, मैं दर्जनों बार महेश योगी जी के पास जाता हूँ, तो जब वो 3-4 बजे तक बैठते थे तो अपने आसन के पास मुझे बिठाते थे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं जानता हूँ।
100 लोग बैठे हैं तो वो 4-4 बजे तक करते थे। तो सबसे उसमें जो उनका तखत होता था, देखा ना अशोक जी आगे अपने पास बिठाते थे। और अशोक सिंगल जब भी आते थे यूरोप, कहते थे चौहान जी चलते हैं, नीदरलैंड चलते हैं। और वहाँ डॉक्टर मूर्ति हजारों एकड़ में उनका आश्रम था महेश योगी का, पूरे वर्ल्ड से। एक दिन कहते तुमने ऑयल खरीदना, चलो इस देश को मिलाओ।
ज्ञान के आधार पर भारत जगत गुरु है, उसको हमें अप्लाई करना चाहिए और उसको अप्लाई करना बहुत आसान है।
हो गया जी, आज शुरू हो गया एमिटी गुरुकुल्स।
बिल्कुल,
हाँ, और
मैंने
भी ट्रांसडेंटल मेडिटेशन, जब मैं प्रेसिडेंट था दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन का, तो महर्षि महेश योगी जी ने मुझे रंजीत होटल में बुलाया था, उनका वो था, एंड ही पर्सनली इनिशिएटेड मी ट्रांसडेंटल मेडिटेशन।
अभी आप सब लोग का एडवाइस ले लेंगे, गाइडेंस ले लेंगे,
उसको हम लोग आगे चलेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे। बट शर्मा जी, योर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन of how to bind so many institutions together, and उसको जो रहस्य हमने बता दिया, वो रहस्य है संस्कार, एंड वो संस्कार का सोर्सेस कहाँ है वो भी बता दिया। ये सेमिनार का, एक कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो मोस्ट एक वैल्यूएबल जो हमारे इनपुट्स मिल गया, हमारा जो ऑनरेबल फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट का जो सोर्सेस ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन जो है, ये जो संस्कार, वो हमारा गुरुकुल सिस्टम से मिले हैं, उसको दादी के थ्रू से मिले हैं, उसको माँ के थ्रू से मिले हैं, और उतुल जी को उसको दादी के थ्रू से मिले हैं। ये जो हमने इंफॉर्मेशन दिया है, ये इंफॉर्मेशन हमारा स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन है। ये संस्कारी जो है, संस्कारी हम लोग को बांध सकते हैं, संस्कारी हम लोग को खुद को पहचानने के लिए मदद करते हैं, संस्कारी जो है, जो हम लोग को स्किल डेवलपमेंट की मदद करते हैं और उस स्किल का एप्लीकेशंस के लिए मदद करते हैं, एंड विथ वैल्यूज का साथ उसका एप्लीकेशन का मदद करते हैं। सर, ये जो आपने बताया, it will be a great take home for all of our students, those who are listening to us, and all of our faculty members, those who are listening to us.
हमारी वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर बविंदर शुक्ला भी अटेंड कर रही हैं। अगर आप रूप किशोर जी का पूरा लेक्चर नहीं भी सुन पाई तो आपको सुनाऊंगा। इसमें लीडरशिप के सारे गुण और प्रिंसिपल हैं।
Exactly, sir. I was coming back to that point.
24 साल से मेरे साथ हैं। बेस्ट वाइस चांसलर तो रूप किशोर जी आप हो, कंट्री के नंबर 2 है। क्योंकि मैं बता रहा हूँ, जो आपने बताया किस तरह से कर्मचारियों का ख्याल रखा जाए, संवेदना दी जाए, कंपैशनेट हो, तो डॉक्टर शुक्ला 24 साल से साथ में एक हमारा पिलर है। तो डॉक्टर शुक्ला, इनका लेक्चर का एक एक वर्ड तो सुनना पड़ेगा, सुनना चाहिए।
सर, इन्होंने जो पेमेंट का कॉन्सेप्ट उन्होंने बताया, really,
belongingness,
different directions actually, जो पेमेंट का कॉन्सेप्ट उन्होंने बताया।
ऑनरेबल फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट, पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
ऑनरेबल चांसलर हमारे ग्रेट लीडर हैं, जिनसे कि आपकी विजनरी लीडरशिप में हम उनसे सीखते हैं। तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। ये आज का सेशन मैंने मिस किया है, मैं नहीं ज्वाइन कर पाई, इम्पोर्टेंट उसमें थी, तो अभी मैंने ज्वाइन किया, लेकिन मैं इसको जरूर सुनूंगी, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है सीखने का। और जैसे एमिटी गुरुकुल की बात कही गई है, तो एक ये बहुत अच्छा वो है कि ऑनरेबल फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट, आपने तो हमेशा ही बच्चों में संस्कार भरने का और बच्चों का अच्छा स्वास्थ्य, फिजिकल फिटनेस के लिए संगठन चलाया, शुरू से संस्कारों के लिए ह्यूमन वैल्यू चलाया, और कैसे सबको एक साथ जोड़ा जाए, बिलोंगिंगनेस स्टार्ट किया है कि ताकि किस तरह से हम ना कि एक शिक्षा दें, लेकिन एक अच्छे नागरिक भी बनाए और जो कि पूरी दुनिया को बदले। ये सब आपका मार्गदर्शन है। और आज के जो हमारे ग्रेट स्पीकर्स हैं, उन सबके जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट उन्होंने आज जो कहा है, जो कि मैं अभी पूरा सुन नहीं पाई हूँ, और उसको जरूर सुनूंगी। और सारे सजेशंस को हम देखेंगे कि किस तरह से हम एमिटी में उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं। तो सुभाष गोयल जी, आपको मिलके, आपको देख के बड़ा अच्छा लगा। बहुत बहुत आपका स्वागत।
Now I think we are going to invite Subhash Goyal ji expressing his thoughts.
Right.
Subhash Goyal ji.
I think
hello.
I'm really honored and thank you all of you, Dr. Sajdani, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, and it's a great honor to address everyone on this historical occasion of Dr. Chauhan's birthday in this wonderful campus virtually. Today's subject is a very, very important subject, and how we can create a sense of belongingness by being more tolerant, being more considerate, and bring unity and diversity. So the solution to this, ladies and gentlemen, is very simple. It is love. If you have love and compassion, which are being taught, in human values, which we were just talking about, then everything is very, very easy. But if you don't have love, and then, we must always understand that what creates a sense of belonging. If you love your parents, you belong to a family. So if your family may be poor, but if your neighbor offers you a rich environment, and but you will not leave your family because you belong to your family. Same is the consideration for your country. If you love your country and you have a sense of belonging for that country, then obviously you will never leave the country. And even if you leave the country, your roots are here and you'll come back to the country. What Swami Vivekananda said is that all these religions which we see are like different streams originating from different sources, but flowing into the same ocean. And that is what, all religion is all about. And there is a difference between religion, spiritualism, and ritualism. If you believe in spiritualism, then all the religions say the same thing. No religion says that there are two gods, right? Muhammad never said he's God. He said, I am the prophet of God. Buddha never said he's God. He said, I've discovered enlightenment. And if you follow the Eightfold Path, you can also be enlightened. Similarly, Jesus Christ never said he's God. He said, I'm the Son of God. So basically, spiritualism brings a sense of belonging to the world. And ritualism brings a sense of belonging to a particular religion by following rituals. Because if you go deep in spiritualism in any religion, it teaches the same philosophy of love, compassion, and all. And I'll just give you a very simple example how a sense of belonging, instead of becoming universal, is distorted into a narrow, particular community. Let us talk about the word of jihad. Jihad actually means that Khuda and Shaitan is inside you. And the non-believer, Shaitan, has to be killed. And then you will reach to Khuda and you be enlightened. So this is actually the philosophy of spiritualism. But we become ritual and we start killing non-believers. So if you create a love for your country by creating a national anthem, a national flag, and by the values which are inculcated in the universities and schools, basically they need to be cultivated when people are young in schools, then the sense of belonging to the country and the spiritual values of your country will always make you tolerant. You don't have to, in our Hinduism, they say that in every person there is God. Even in front of, I see Dr. Bandyopadhyay, I see that there is God inside him. There is God inside. So when you love your fellow human beings, when you love everyone, then you see, you become compassionate, you become tolerant, you become this. And same principle of love and compassion and respect for others, and always treat the other people as you would like to be treated. So, you know, these are some basic principles which are there in the Indian philosophy, that is the best lesson for creating a sense of belonging, which is the subject of today, which compassing, and you know, the whole world is a diverse. Every culture, every religion. Today, India is the birthplace of 4 great religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, and Jainism, right? Islam originated in the Middle East, but the spiritual side of Islam, Sufism, still flourishes in India. So India is the holy land. India is the spiritual. India is the knowledge center of the world. And institutions like Amity, and now if Amity Gurukul comes, institutions like that will be responsible for rekindling that flame, you know, in everyone, that passion, which Swami Vivekananda said, that muscles of steel, muscles of iron and nerves of steel, that compassion will be rekindled and reinculcated in everyone. That fire, which, you know, our former president talked about, in everyone needs to be rekindled. So I think, you know, coming back and relevance to the subject is that, you know, we become more tolerant if we love everyone. If we hate everyone, we become intolerant. So we should love. Love is the basis. And every religion teaches us love and compassion. Spiritualism teaches us love and compassion. And then we need to submit ourselves, you know, and we must forget about ego. I went to one ashram once, and it was written there that when you take off your shoes, leave your shoes and your ego behind. And what a profound statement. I mean, and I think this today's session, it has, you know, thanks to Dr. Shastri and the joining of Dr. Ashok Chauhan, has made this, has given it a different color, today's session. We are all charged and inspired, and we are all confident that there is no power on earth which can stop India from becoming really a Jagat Guru. And what we talk about, you know,
Subhashji, our founder president says a superpower. Jagat Guru to superpower.
I agree, Jagat Guru to superpower, but this will only be possible if the succeeding generations, right, inculcate that values at the primary and school level. If that is not done, then I'm sure, you know, because we have started aping the West, we have started, you know, Lord Macaulay's system, educational system, producing an army of clerks, and a bureaucracy which is a result of the British Raj, right, becomes hindrances in moving of files. So we need to bring in, and I'm so grateful to God that today I've had the honor and interaction of listening to Professor Shastri and knowing more about the personality of Dr. Chauhan and the sanskar which he has got. And I'm sure we can create the land of our dreams, India. We can create India powerhouse, and all sense of belonging, not only to India, but the world as a family, Vishwadev Kutam, will be realized, and the dreams of our forefathers and the freedom fighters who sacrificed their lives for this nation will be fulfilled. And we will really make India where people love each other, people understand each other, people have a sense of belonging to the country, and people have a sense of belonging to the world, and automatically environment and everything will be taken care of, because in our sanskars we worship some trees, some plants like tulsi and all, and they have medicinal and curative values. So everything in the world, the holistic vision of the world, where we are able to save this planet from war, destruction, and global warming, and we don't. This planet doesn't become a ball of fire and keeps rotating meaninglessly. And I think let us make this event on Dr. Chauhan's birthday an historic one, so that we all have a sense
Goel
of.
sir, today
Thank you.
this session is blessed to have the blessings of two inspiring souls of our universe, our honorable founder president sir and chairperson ma'am. So this session is really blessed, and the presence of our respected VC ma'am also has made this session very special. And of course the deliberations of Bhuvnesh Sharma sir and Shastri sir, a special day for all of us. Sir, Bandyopadhyay sir.
Yes. Now, I think, due to the paucity of time, I think next session is going to start already. Now we have crossed that, boundary. Now, may I request, the last speaker, Adarsh Srivastav ji.
Please. Thank you very much, and I'll make it a quick move. सबसे पहले तो मैं एमिटी के जितने भी लोग हैं जिन्होंने मुझसे संपर्क किया, मैं उन लोगों को बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि पहली बार मैं एमिटी से फॉर्मली जुड़ा हूँ. My many nephews, nieces, they are studying in Amity, and I have also visited. I belong to Lucknow basically, but I visited Amity universities. There I could find even a sweeper is working very cautiously and very honestly in the university. That shows the culture which has been inculcated from the top. This is one.
Yeah.
Second, I want to congratulate and my best wishes to Chauhan Saab for his birthday. और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, बर्थडे वाले दिन मेरे को बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और बहुत सारे अच्छे लोगों से मैंने बहुत सी बातें सुनी है. अंजनी आई मस्ट थैंक यू फॉर दिस. माय फुल क्रेडिट टू यू. You have connected me to the best world like I could imagine, to be very frank. तो चौहान साहब की बातों को हम आगे बढ़ाते हुए,
and Adarsh ji, that is what Amity is. We all the time connect, and connectedness is the source of belongingness.
जी, तो चौहान साहब की जो बातें हैं, जैसे कि बहुत सारी बातें मुझे अच्छी लगी, although मेरा ज्यादातर समय तो उत्तराखंड में बीता. I am a graduate from Pantnagar University and my father was also a professor in Pantnagar University. He was the first Indian to go to MIT US for PhD in physics. I'm just telling about sanskar. And my brother was also a professor of in Allahabad University, and my sisters and everybody was somewhere in the education itself. So कुछ तो है अभी जीस में भी. तो जो हम लोगों ने पंतनगर से सीखा संस्कार, जो अभी संस्कार की बात की थी हमारे चौहान साहब ने और बाकी मेरे विद्वान लोगों ने, शास्त्री साहब ने और बाकी लोगों ने, तो संस्कार वाली बात जो है मुझे बहुत जमी है और हम लोगों ने कहीं ना कहीं संस्कार में ही काम किया है. उसी चीज को आगे बढ़ाते हुए जब मैं थोड़ा सा मैंने अपना वर्ड छोटा कर लिया अभी डिस्कशन के टाइम पे, मैं बिलोंगिंगनेस पे सीधे आ गया हूँ. तो जो बिलोंगिंगनेस का सब्जेक्ट जो हम लोगों को दिया है चौहान साहब ने, इसको मैं you'll be surprised to know that for Mahindra also this is one of the top subjects of this year after COVID, and we have started several virtual videos on this. तो मेरे ख्याल से वो सब्जेक्ट बहुत ही important subject है in the present context of post-COVID scenario and the competition which is growing up, and there are a lot of instability in the world, and more and more it is सबका साथ सबका विकास सबका विश्वास के हिसाब से चलते हुए जो गवर्नमेंट की फिलॉसफी है अभी, उसके हिसाब से चीजें हैं. तो वो उन चीजों को देखते हुए मैं थोड़ा बहुत, मैं वैसे सबके सामने में बहुत छोटा हूँ इस समय. All the people are very intelligent, very I will say that I'm nowhere in front of them, but मैं थोड़ा सा इसको छोटा करता हूँ, इस डिस्कशन को थोड़ा छोटे स्फीयर में लेके आता हूँ कि हम लोग जो अपने महिंद्रा में जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं,
that is your humbleness, and that is the way how you have left your ego, and that is the message of belongingness.
अभी शास्त्री साहब ने बहुत सारी बातें बता दी सर, उसमें तो पर्सनालिटी चेंज करने की वाली बात की है उन्होंने, और चौहान साहब ने उसपे जो इतने हम्बल तरीके से उसके ऊपर जो रिएक्शन दिया है आप लोगों ने दिया, मतलब I'm enjoying the world.
आदर्श श्रीवास्तव जी,
Sir.
My brother Arun Chauhan, I have taken on the mobile from the other building. He is from Pantnagar.
Oh, great, sir. Great.
Arun, तुम कौन से साल में थे?
I was there from 1970 to 75 in technology, College of Technology.
तो अरुण साहब को बताइए कि मेरे पिताजी थे वहाँ पे डॉक्टर कृष्ण गोपाल श्रीवास्तव. He was a professor of physics and he was a well-known personality because he was a chain smoker of pipe.
अरुण को याद होगा.
बिल्कुल श्रीवास्तव साहब थे, बिल्कुल फिजिक्स में.
तो वो थोड़े से जरा फिजिक्स कहते जरा हमको डांटते बहुत थे कि तुम पढ़ाई लिखाई करो लेकिन पढ़ाई के साथ में थोड़ा अपना पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट करो, लोगों से कैसे बात करना है वो सीखो तुम. तो नहीं आप लोगों का एक्सपीरियंस मेरे पिताजी के साथ कैसा रहा, आई डोंट नो.
जी श्रीवास्तव साहब बहुत थे, मालवीय जी और श्रीवास्तव साहब दोनों थे.
जी मालवीय जी भी थे उस समय. यू आर राइट सर.
क्योंकि मैं 70 में गया था वहाँ.
जी
70 में और 75 में जून में पास आउट था, तो 5 इयर्स की डिग्री थी ना वहाँ बीटेक की.
जी हाँ डॉक्टर डीपी सिंह थे उस समय वाइस चांसलर वहाँ पे.
जी डीपी सिंह वाइस चांसलर थे, बड़े खास हमारे बाद में यहाँ भी बहुत आए बड़े भाई साहब से मिलने के लिए डीपी सिंह.
नहीं वो तो सर ध्यानपाल सिंह जी तो he was a name at that time for the rest of the world.
अरुण वही थे जो पिस्टल लगा के चलते थे साथ.
जी बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, बिल्कुल सही कहा. उनके 2 डॉग्स थे, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग डॉग्स थे उनके पास.
Dr. Salamurthy, he used to carry as a vice chancellor when he take around a pistol.
Oh my God!
And pistol, sir, pistol and 2 dogs, two very German Shepherd and all, you know. The dogs were we used to see in the morning, you know.
ये अरुण पूछा आप किस बैच के हो? अरुण पूछो.
हाँ श्रीवास्तव आप किस बैच के हैं?
I graduated in 83. I am much junior to you. I graduated in 83 from College of Technology.
अच्छा.
That means you must be 78, no? 78, 83 or 79.
Yeah. 79. I started in 79.
हमारी बड़ी strong alumni association है, मैं उसका chief patron हूँ.
I know that sir. I know sir. Arun sir, I know. मैं मेरे को कई बार बुलाते हैं, इंदु भास्कर वगैरह बहुत सारे लोग मुझे बुलाते हैं, जयपाल वगैरह.
भास्कर सेक्रेटरी है हमारा.
हाँ तो ये लोग बुलाते हैं मेरे को, लेकिन जा नहीं पाते सर. इतना इंडस्ट्री ने घेर रखा है. लेकिन अब मैंने तय किया है मेरी इंजीनियर
हमारे कैंपस पे ही होता है फंक्शन, हमारे कैंपस पे ही होता है सर. आप आइए.
I know sir. Yes sir. It's my honor sir.
Now Adesh ji देखिए that you know how MET is connected.
This is belongingness. This is belongingness.
This is belongingness. That
manifestation of belongingness. True manifestation.
मैंने अंजलि से मैंने कहा भी था अंजलि से मुझे एमईटी को देखने आना है. पता नहीं क्यों मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मेरा पर्सनल टच है वहाँ पे, जैसे कहते हैं इंट्यूशन जो है.
आदेश जी can you conclude please?
नहीं देखो अंजलि के बारे में, इसके पिताजी 30 साल से मेरे साथ है, 21 साल बैठते हैं. आपने इसके संस्कार देखे होंगे. वो अरुण राजा का नाम है. 30 साल से हमारी बिल्डिंग में ही वो बैठते हैं, हमारे साथ है 30 साल से. तो ये आपने अंजनी में देखा होगा.
जी बिल्कुल. अंजनी में बहुत he's a wonderful person and I must appreciate. Actually, I appreciate everyone who's I'm seeing here. You know, wonderful people. Dr. Goyal. I mean, I'm lucky enough today. You know, कहीं मैंने ऊपर सवेरे पूजा की थी, मुझे याद है. So nice. ब्रिज किशोर जी, मतलब मैं अभी कुछ कह नहीं पा रहा हूँ. आप बंदोपाध्याय जी हालांकि मेरे को सेशन खत्म करने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं अभी कुछ कह नहीं पा रहा हूँ. पहले आई वांट टू ब्रिंग माय सेल्फ टू अ नॉर्मल स्टेट ऑफ माइंड. तो ये चौहान साहब ने इतनी अच्छी बातें बोली, मैंने सब नोट किया है सर.
And sir, these are the mesmerizing impact of our founder president.
Correct.
And chairperson.
एंड सर आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, मैंने को नोट किया है सर. मैंने भाग को नोट किया है, मैंने मकाले के इश्यूज को नोट किया है. मैडम ने बोला था कि आपको फिजिकल फिटनेस में आपने स्टार्ट कराया था, चौहान साहब ने, मैडम ने, बलविंदर शुक्ला मैम ने बोला, वो मैंने नोट किया. ये सब चीजें दे आर एडिंग टू माय पर्सनालिटी, टू माय ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, टू माय पीपल अराउंड मी. So this is going to be a very beneficial session for me actually and my organization as of now.
डॉक्टर सजनानी
सर
चारों अपने लेक्चर सुने, और तो उसमें 3-3, 4-4 सेंटेंस. कल जो बड़ा फंक्शन होगा उसमें बर्थडे का सेलिब्रेशन का, तो सारे वाइस चांसलर पूरे दुनिया के लोग बैठेंगे. उसमें 4-4 सेंटेंस गोयल जी के और रूप किशोर जी के और हमारे जो फिजिस्ट हैं उनके 4-4 सेंटेंस आपको सुनाना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि these 4 sentences were so path showing for life. नागपाल जी 30 seconds to 30 seconds अतुल जी को बधाई दो. नागपाल जी, इन्होंने हमारी एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी दुबई को वन ऑफ द बेस्ट बना दिया वहाँ एमिरेट्स में. जल्दी बोलो नागपाल, 30 seconds.
जी, it's a very great opportunity, sir, for being a part of MIT. And I think whatever has been said by most speakers, I have imbibed that because of your leadership. In fact, there's so much to learn from your good self and your contributions to the society. And I think Dubai has been a kind of, although I did my wholehearted work for it, but the blessings had come from you to be declared as the best university in the Middle East. The guidance, the sort of your blessings, definitely I could not have achieved all that without those blessings and guidance.
Atul Chauhan ji dekh rahe hain wahan pe. What Atul Chauhan ji does is the best. So I think Shrivastava ji, now we have taken your time in between. तो मैं ये सबके जो आपने बोले हैं डॉक्टर शुक्ला 3-3 4-4 सेंटेंस कल उसमें सबको सुनाएंगे तो रिकॉर्डिंग में से लेने आई एम गेटिंग इट ऑल रिकॉर्डेड जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं इट शुड गो फॉर होल डिकेड्स तो सबको रिकॉर्ड को उसमें से जो सुभाष जी ने भी कहा बहुत बड़ी इन्होंने ही टोल्ड अगेन इंडिया ग्लोबल सुपर पावर तो वो भी इनका सेकंड सुनना चाहूंगा
नहीं पर वो गुरुकुल की अनाउंसमेंट आज की डेट की होनी चाहिए सर
गुरुकुल वाली बात है एनीहाउ सो नाउ आई विल नॉट टेक मच टाइम आप यू प्लीज गो अहेड
सर थैंक यू सर
आई थिंक दैट शिलोमूर्ति जी का नेक्स्ट सेशन है and we have to conclude
so Bandyopadhyay ji मुझे give me another 2 minutes time
yes please
what are the best practices we are trying to do on the belongingness which is a very good subject given to us by Dr. Chauhan इसमें हम लोगों का जो main what we are working is on diversity we are working on different genders people who are coming from different states and we have the people from different institutions and we have the people from different qualifications from operators to managers to vice presidents to directors. We are working on a very, very close, belongingness aspect by proper equity and inclusion. So we have the different ways to do it right now. We have different sessions which are going on virtually because this is the focus here for this belongingness. Somehow it is frequency is matching with the MIT priority and the Mahindra priority as of now. So we have the virtual sessions here, which are almost every second day. We have the virtual sessions, which are mandatory to attend, and we are also having the small meetings, special meetings on weekends with the different people. We are talking to our teams, and we are working out with the different people of different races, religions, education, and interests, and like that. And we are trying to understand them. We are trying to listen them and try to take their feedbacks. How are they feeling, so that they feel the belongingness, and so that we get them properly involved, the inclusion is effective. And then we are working very, very comfortably on the tasks. And we are definitely as a team, when it is a diversified team, we have different individual talents which are piled up. And the whole team strength goes multiple times. It's in logarithmic scale. And then the output becomes wonderful. You might have seen one of our products, this XUV 700, which is a perfect example of this diversity and the belongingness. We work day and night sometimes. Sometimes we enjoy on the weekends. So that kind of belongingness by equity, diversity, and inclusion is something which we are harping upon more and more now. So that is what, in a simple words, I wanted to say.
How will you implement it? Most important,
I told you.
Implement it, because this cannot be taught. This has to be exemplified.
See, we are giving the lifetime example. We had real-time examples of on a virtual lectures. We have these special sessions within the department itself. Our leaders, like I am a leader of a function, so I am talking to my team every alternate day. We are talking on culture. We are talking on the diversity. We are taking their feedbacks. We are taking their input. We are giving them respect, especially when we talk. I'm giving only one example. For example, the girls. The girls are very less here. We have started putting them in the workshop, the shops. We are putting them in the management. Some are vice presidents, directors. So the inclusion of the gender ladies is going to be very, very different now. We are giving them all the challenges. We are not saying ki ab aap kaam nahi kar paoge shop floor mein nahi you may not be able to do. So that kind of a sense we are removing from our organization. Nothing doing. Everybody can do anything. Like earlier we used to say Chauhan साहब की लड़कियां सिविल इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकती, वहां तो बहुत टाइट पे काम होता है. आज की डेट में आप देखिए कितने सिविल इंजीनियर्स हैं. Same way in our shop floor also, with full respect to Dr. Balwinder Shukla, we have a lot of people. I mean, a lot of girls who are working in the shop floor and the different profiles of work. So we are definitely giving them different kind of opportunities. We are taking their feedbacks. We are taking their inputs. We are giving a different sessions to them. We are giving them tasks. Even when we are recruiting the people, we have a set of text which we are talking in terms of belongingness. So that is how we are trying to execute on the real-time basis.
I think, Bandyopadhyay sir, we need a very special session from
Yeah,
Srivastava
exactly.
sir on the campus with our students. I think he's a great trainer and a motivator.
Dr.
And he has
Sainani,
such a- Sir.
Mahindras have big residential complexes,
Sir.
and try to see what is the membership and all, because
Sir.
then I will take you all and we'll have a session in that. They have the facilities which can be rented. People can, you know it better.
Sir, sir.
Mahindra home, what they call it.
Resorts.
But one of my person I know is engaged there. So
Sir.
they have all over the country such, I will not say resorts, for habitat places.
Habitat.
जरा मालूम करना, फिर वहाँ पे
They have club holidays. They have
Club
17
holidays,
club
club
holidays
holidays,
across
club
India and
holidays.
abroad.
yeah, exactly.
So that is one of the business out of 14 businesses. This is one of the business. But we also make cars.
Right.
So
Also made car.
So with that, sorry, sir, please.
We'll pay for everything because.
Yeah, so चौहान साहब एक चीज और कहना चाह रहा था मैं आपको, अभी किसी ने मुझे शायद बंदोपाध्याय साहब ने बोला था कि अभी मैंने मेरे सामने एक राइट अप मैंने अपने हैंड से बनाया हुआ है कि इंडस्ट्री विद द स्टूडेंट्स विद द एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी, इनको बिलोंगिंगनेस से कैसे जोड़ना है। इंडस्ट्री में कल्चर क्रिएट होना चाहिए रिक्रूटमेंट के लिए भी और वैसे भी स्टूडेंट्स के अंदर उनकी पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट के लिए बिलोंगिंगनेस का एक लाइफ स्किल्स के डिफरेंट स्पेशल प्रोग्राम्स होने चाहिए, होते भी होंगे आपके यहाँ पे, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कोई नई चीज है ये। एंड एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी के लिए वी शुड हैव सम ब्रिजिंग when the students are already there in second and third year and fourth year. They should have very focused programs. It is not, industry doesn't need a person to sit for 1 year and learn the things. We want the person, the moment we induct him, we want him to start working the third day. Let him understand first day who are the people, second day canteen kahan hai, khana kahan milta hai, kahan se ghusna hai. Third day please start working. This is the culture which has come, this is the need which has come, not culture, need which has come.
Exactly.
So
This is
why
what
can't we go ahead on this?
This is, sir, this is also our philosophy of our chancellor and founder president, and
Yes,
we are
sir.
giving lots of emphasis on apprenticeship and also the internship. I mean,
Yeah.
so that we make our students industry ready students.
नहीं उसके लिए सर
curriculum
क्रेडिट कोर्स में
design.
इंक्लूड करना पड़ेगा आपको, क्रेडिट कोर्स में
नहीं
include
सर,
करना
वो
पड़ेगा।
अप्रेंटिसशिप एम्बेडेड करिकुलम सर हमने इंट्रोड्यूस
Embedded
कर दिया है
curriculum,
सर,
sir.
वो कर दिया है सर कैंपस पे,
ठीक ठीक।
and you will be happy to know
Internship
that
and
soon
apprenticeship are embedded in the curriculum.
embedded
Well, it's okay.
curriculum.
We will have. This is not the right forum as of now to discuss more and
So
more on
we
this.
shall
But yes,
discuss it, sir. We shall discuss it in a much greater
Yeah.
detail.
yes,
So
sir.
that we can
Bandyopadhyay
sign an
sir,
MOU
I
with
think
Mahindra.
next panel is ready.
So I
Yeah.
think
Yes,
Sajnani,
पूजा माधुरी बिहारी नाराज हो जाएंगी, डॉक्टर पूजा।
sir, my humble submissions, apologies sir. I will fold it hands to
Okay,
Madhuri
yes, sir.
and to
अभी
Pooja
सर
and to everyone.
शिलामूर्ति जी का सेशन है।
मुझे
So I
मालूम
think,
है ना, अरे वो नाराज नहीं होंगे, पर डॉक्टर पूजा और डॉक्टर माधुरी कहेगी मेरा टाइम है ये।
Good morning.
Dr. Sajnani, may I request you to give a vote of thanks?
Yeah, Anjali, over to you, please.
Anjali?
Thank you so
Yeah.
much, sir. I will hardly going to take 1 minute to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every panelist over here. But to begin with, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Founder President, sir, and Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, for first of all sparing that valuable time, blessing us all, and especially me and my family have always remained indebted to them, and I would always look forward to receive their blessings in my, in my entire lifetime. To this platform, I would like to wish the Honorable Chancellor, President, sir, a very happy birthday. From the depths of the heart of all METians, we are grateful to mention that you are the best leader in the world, a great mentor, and a source of tremendous inspiration to us all. I wish you a very happy birthday and prosperous life ahead.
श्रीवास्तव जी, अंजलि की देखो
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
डॉक्टर शुक्ला के साथ काम करती है, तो इसी संस्कार, अरुण ने 30 साल मेरी सेवा करी है, अभी भी मेरे साथ है, 10 साल और रहेगा। पर देखिए संस्कारों की वैल्यू ये है कि इसको लड़की मिली है एमबीटी की।
Oh, excellent.
डॉक्टर शुक्ला, you are right. I have heard ऋतु है संस्कार।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. बहुत संस्कारी है।
वैल्यू है, दुनिया की कहीं की लड़की ले आता है, जो एमबीटी की लड़की में संस्कार है वो कहीं नहीं है। तो ये तेरे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य है कि तूने एमबीटी की लड़की ढूंढी है, शादी करी है। ओके।
राहुल साहब, ये मैं एक वर्ड कहूंगा यहाँ पे कि अंजलि के पिताजी ने 30 साल आपके साथ काम किया, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपने भी बहुत डिफरेंटली चीजों को लिया होगा और वो चीजें आगे इनकलकेट होती गई होंगी। Once again, thank you very much and happy birthday, sir.
And sir, just to add here, जैसे कि ऑनरेबल फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट सर ने कहा कि संस्कारों की बात करी, तो मैंने convocation ceremonies में at multiple occasions I have heard honorable founder president sir, and that's why I have taken decision to have my daughter study at Amity International School, जहाँ पे उनको डायरेक्ट हमारी ऑनरेबल चेयरपर्सन मैम की ब्लेसिंग्स, उनका एक अलग ही इकोसिस्टम मिले, ताकि बच्चों के अंदर भी वो संस्कार इंकलकेट हो राइट फ्रॉम द चाइल्डहुड, ताकि वो अपने प्रोफेशनल वर्ल्ड में भी ग्रो कर सकें।
क्या नाम है बेटी का क्या नाम है?
सर अनन्या भटनागर।
और कौन से क्लास में है?
सर क्लास 4th A।
तो मैं अमिता जी से बोलूंगा ख्याल रखिएगा उसका।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And sir, continuing with my words, addressed to all the panelists over here, I would like to mention, sir, it's not only the impressions that Amity has created across the globe, but you have created impressions on almost every individual you have met in your lifetime. And sir, one such great example I would like to mention here of our Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am. She always used to say, Honorable Founder President sir ko kya chahiye? So sir, she is the actual bridge between all the METians at the university and the Honorable Founder President sir. Ki you need to ensure that all the expectations that Honorable Founder President is having from every METian, that should be met. And sir, if you just look at the ecosystem, how she has handpicked every individual to be a part of this individual session, from industry, from academia, and apart from the guest lectures, she has ensured to convert this session into a magnificent conference, so that every individual who has ever remained associated with Amity from the last so many years, I could recollect from the recently had words delivered by Sharma sir and our Shastri sir, that they are having association of more than 3 decades, 4 decades with you, sir. And this is the perfect platform to demonstrate the real belongingness that these individuals are having with Amity Education Group, not with group, with you, and with the help of your association and belongingness between these stalwarts of the industry and academia. We are actually the beneficiaries of all this knowledge. I would like to congratulate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, for conceiving the idea of organizing 2-day conference on belongingness. Unlike many conferences, talks, forums, etc., which majorly talk about research, innovation, here the paramount focus is laid on the people and their association with the organization, predominantly Amity.
Anjali, when I came in 94 from West Germany, in 95, Gurukul Kangadi invited me, and in a big function, they honored me with the honorary doctorate from Gurukul Kangadi. So I'm their alumnus. So this is value and sanskars, because
absolutely, sir,
they would not give to any nest list.
Yes.
They told, oh, this fellow deserves because of the values. So that is what to say. Good. So I think next session now, because Murthy is waiting.
Thank you so much, sir. With your blessings, we wish to wrap up the session, sir. With the blessings of Honorable Founder President, sir, and Chairperson, ma'am, I would like to sum up my address over here, and always seek their blessings for continued growth and success of the Amity Education Group.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we log off?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Anjali, can we log off?
Yes, yeah, please.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please
thank
log
you,
off.
John. Thank you very much, and all of.
Thank you to all. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much. And after such a thought-provoking and thoughtful vote of thanks given by Anjali Bhatnagar, with the blessings of Honorable Founder President, Chancellor Sir and Vice Chancellor Ma'am, we'll be starting our next session. I, Dr. V. Pooja, along with my co-host, Dr. Madhuri Kumari, both of us are session coordinators, we welcome each one of you to this next session, which is Fostering Belongingness at the Workplace, Taking Diversity and Inclusion to the Next Level. We are extremely honored that on this gracious occasion of the birthday of our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and with the blessings of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, we are gathered here for yet another session. The session chair of this session is Dr. W. Selvamurthy. But before we invite Sir, I would request Dr. Madhuri Kumari to give her few thoughts, and then I would be introducing the session chair. Dr. Madhuri Kumari, over to you.
So much, Dr. Pooja. Respected founders, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Honorable Session Chair, esteemed panelists of the session, my dear colleagues, and everyone in the audience. I, Dr. Madhuri from Amity School of Engineering and Technology, am glad to introduce the theme of this session, which is fostering belongingness at the workplace, taking diversity and inclusion to the next level. Creating a sense of belonging in the workplace results in greater on-the-job effort and high employee performance. So that's the known fact. Creating a sense of belongingness and employees' perception of acceptance within a given group provides management leaders with a good opportunity to reevaluate their inclusion approach and goals. Belonging is the key of inclusion. When employees are truly included, they perceive that the organization cares for them as individuals, their authentic selves. To make this happen, organizations are putting constant efforts towards diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at the workplace, DEI initiative as it is called. Gartner research shows that the organization with sustainable DEI initiative demonstrate close to 20% increase in inclusion, which corresponds to greater on-the-job effort and intent to stay, as well as high employee performance. So today we are here to hear from thought leaders more on how diversity and inclusion need to be worked on to foster the belongingness at the workplace. We are honored to have our respected Dr. W. Selvamurthy Sir, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, who will be chairing this session. As our esteemed panelist, we have with us Dr. Asim Ali Khan, Director General, Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Dr. Kavita Rajshekhar, Scientist E, Department of Health Research, ICMR, Government of India, Mr. Akshay Agarwal, Director, Compage Automation System, Mr. Narane Gundabatula, Head of Talent Acquisition and Tech Insight Leader at CDK Global India. We are pleased and we welcome you all to this Amity universe and request you all to share your thoughts on the session, today's session on belongingness. But before we start, may I request Dr. Pooja to kindly introduce our session chair. Over to Dr. Pooja.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Though our session chair, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, does not require any introduction. He is known all over the world, a very, very humble person, extremely down to earth and such a beautiful heart. Dr. W. Selvamurthy is President, Amity Science, Technology, Innovation Foundation and Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh. He is also the Director General of Amity Directorate of Science Innovation and Chair Professor for Life Sciences. Dr. Selvamurthy did his Master's in Human Physiology from Christian Medical College, Vellore, and PhD doctorate in Faculty of Medical Science from Delhi University and Doctorate of Science from Bangalore. Dr. Selvamurthy has served Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, Government of India, for 40 years. He retired as Controller of DRDO. He was the leader of the first Indo-Soviet scientific expedition to the Arctic Circle for polar physiology research. He was chairman of PAC in DST in the field of health sciences for international cooperation with many countries for more than a decade. With these words, I request our session chair, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, to kindly take this session forward and for his thoughts on the session theme. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Let me welcome each and every one of you on this very, very happy, auspicious occasion, and also for this wonderful panel discussion where we have very young panelists along with the senior Dr. Asim Ali Khan guiding this discussion. Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Madam Chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhan, and Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor and the President of our foundation, and also the very distinguished panelists who are here today to share their thoughts briefly, and also all the very distinguished participants who have joined us at the panel discussion. I was enjoying every word which was spoken in the last panel, which was very well conveying the message that how the belongingness can bring transformation in the whole society, the whole humanity. So this is what is the focal theme which we are going to take it forward in this session as well. This is also the day of belongingness. The day of belongingness, I want to tell all the viewers, all the participants, Founder President Dr. Chauhan always does everything unique way, in a very unique way. He celebrates the birthday of the important trustees with a purpose. Because there is a purpose for everything what he does. So the birthday of Dr. Atul Chauhan, the first son of Dr. Ashok Chauhan, is the day of belongingness. Same way Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhan, who is the Madam Chairperson who looks after the schools, it is the human value quarters. The values are very important in life. So how do we imbibe values and also inculcate values in our children? So it is the human value quarters. And his own birthday, we celebrate as Sankatan, where the confluence of every campus with all the competition, sports, and cultural program, we all assemble like a Republic Day parade, where all states from different parts of the world come. On the day of Sankatan, it's a confluence, day of confluence. Everyone comes and greets the founder president, which is his own birthday, which is 24th October. So the second son, Dr. Asim Chauhan's birthday is celebrated as a day of innovation. So why I'm telling this is that here in Amity, this is the culture which Dr. Chauhan has created. You can always cut a cake and then celebrate and make a dhamaka and have the parties and so on. But then everything should convey a message. So this is what is Amity. Similarly, all the functioning of the Amity moves with a mission outcome, mission synergy, mission connect. So this is Amity. So I wanted to thank Founder President that you have created this philosophy, this culture, that how each one should celebrate our own birthday. That must be celebrated with a purpose, everyone. So this is the message. And the day of belongingness, let me greet our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, the President of our Ritanand Balved Education Foundation, which gives cover to all the Amity group of institutions, industries, everything together. He is the CEO and also the President of the foundation. Our greetings to you on this birthday. And it's a very auspicious and also the happy day. And we pray for your good health, happiness, abundance of peace, prosperity, and success in all your endeavors. So from all of us who are here today, and also from all members of the Amity fraternity and all our stakeholders, I convey our birthday greetings to you, Dr. Fulji. May God bless you with all good things you dream and desire. Now, with regard to this today, Day of Belongingness, the theme which we have chosen for the deliberation, I should compliment Dr. Balvinder Shukla, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, who looks after 40,000 students, children in various 6 campuses. And it's a big empire she looks after as the Vice Chancellor. And she has framed in such a meticulous way, designed the whole deliberations, and also enacted by young faculties like Madhuri, Dr. Pooja, and others whom you have seen on the screen. So compliments to you, madam, for wonderfully articulating and orchestrating this day of celebrations, the belongingness. I want to narrate how Amity practice belongingness, just taking a few examples. The first thing, Amity in COVID-19, it was a big challenge, unprecedented challenge in our lifetime. We will never first face such a kind of challenge we faced. And how Amity, through the belongingness, it handled the whole situation. I just want to mention a few thoughts. First, every employee was looked after. Everyone was directly contacted about their well-being, their family's well-being. And so it was intensive care was taken to tide over this crisis during lockdown. The food was served, and we also had charity for the other workers. So we had oxygen concentrators, ventilators, ambulance support, hospital admission, wherever you require support. Each one belonged to each other. And Amity created that, and founder president, the chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, he ordered very many ventilators which were given to the families. Oxygen concentrators were 24 hours helpline was made. So all this, just one of the demonstration, even at the time of crisis, that Amity belongs to all the employees and their families. And also Amity each one of you belong to Amity. So this philosophy was created and which was amply exemplified and demonstrated at that time. And also Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan announced that those children who lost their parents and the breadwinners, we will give special scholarship to them. And so this is how the Chancellor displayed many the incidents of the belongingness to each and every one of us. He also created in science Amity Global Research Network for novel viruses. So this is another scientific belongingness. You know, he wanted to connect all the experts across the globe through this network. And he always quotes in his speeches, together with you, that we will bring a change in the world. We will create a new world order. So this is that togetherness. He always speaks, he thinks, speaks, and practices. So thank you, Dr. Tulji, that we are here for your day, the day of belongingness. Now coming to the theme, fostering belongingness at the workplace, taking diversity and inclusion to the next level. Because India is a beautiful country where you have diversity. You have also the different cross sections, the pyramidal structure of socioeconomic conditions, people at the bottom of the pyramid, the rich people over there, and also the different diversity, religions, language, caste, creed. So with all this diversity, but we belong to India. We belong to India. We are all Indians. So this is belongingness, which the country is now has moved ahead with this particular philosophy, and I'm sure the panelists will discuss how in each of our organization we can bring this, because it's a new vibrant India where we need to connect with each other. There should be inclusive growth. There should be no discrimination between genders. There should be no disparity between the rich and the poor. So how do we bring that belongingness, togetherness, so that India will become the Vishwa Guru? And this was also reflected from the spiritual angle in the first session. Now here we have put some scientific people and the industry people and the HR experts. So you have four the type of people, the government, then you have the research, and you have an industry person, and also you have a HR person. So you are going to deliberate, all these panelists who are here going to share their thoughts. So in the panel we have Dr. Asim Ali Khan. He is the Director General, Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, one of the very strong expert in the field whom I have known for more than 2 decades now. And in the Unani Medicine, he's the expert, he's a practitioner, he's a researcher, and he's on
I think there is a glitch in Dr. Selvamurthy's Wi-Fi. Dr. Madhuri, are you able to hear Dr. Selvamurthy?
Dr. Pooja, in the meantime, I must say, I had a long meeting with Dr. Asim Ali Khan in I2 launch.
Yes, sir.
Khan Sahab, you remember that we sat together one-to-one and Rajput was there.
Right, sir.
I had a long meeting with him because I started for 5 minutes, but I thought 30 minutes because he's such a charming scientist.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
We are extremely honored to have you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I think, sir, Dr. Selvamurthy, I think, has lost his Wi-Fi connection. So I would take this opportunity to request Dr. Khan on behalf of our founder president and Chancellor Ma'am and Vice Chancellor Ma'am and Dr. Selvamurthy to share his thoughts on this theme, which is fostering belongingness in the workplace. And I'm sure the Wi-Fi connection would be restored very soon and Dr. Selvamurthy would be able to join us back. Over to you.
Warm welcome, Ms. Khan. Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Khan, over to you, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Very honorable founder president, Janab Ashok Chauhan Sahib, Honorable Chancellor Janab Atul Chauhan Sahib, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Ravinder Shukla ji, a very respected Professor Selvamurthy Sahib, my fellow panelists, learned friends from Amity University, and dear students. Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I have been invited to speak on the session Fostering Belongingness at the Workplace, taking diversity and inclusion to the next level. And at this juncture, I take this opportunity to congratulate our founder president, very respected Dr. Ashok Chauhan Sahib, for creating this atmosphere and culture of love and care and belongingness in not only this institution at Noida, but in different parts of the globe, wherever we have of amity and otherwise also in the society. We know him, and we are thankful to you, sir, for fostering and creating this kind of atmosphere. I also congratulate Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan Sahib and Madam Vice Chancellor Dr. Ravinder Shukla Sahiba and a team for putting together a very well-planned program for the conference on a very important theme, reinventing the sense of belongingness for organizational excellence. I take this opportunity to congratulate and extend my warm greetings and very good wishes to Janab Atul Chauhan Sahib, the Honorable Chancellor of Amity University in Noida, on his birthday. This is a wonderful gesture that I have come to know that in an effort to ignite the feelings and sense of belongingness among the Amity fraternity, the Day of Belongingness is celebrated on May 7th every year. Friends, as a leader or a head of an organization, it becomes very important to foster belongingness at the workplace. And one can clearly see that environment at this prestigious university, they call Amity University. Starting from the name of the university, the word amity, which refers to a peaceful and a very friendly nature, it itself speaks volumes about the vision of the leadership of this institution. From this platform, I convey my heartfelt thanks and respect to the founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan Sahib, for conceiving this idea of amity, and establishing a chain of excellent institutions across different parts of the globe to create an environment wherein our people can benefit from one of the best thing on earth that's called as education. This is the real service to the nation and the world. I have interactions, as Professor Chauhan Sahib was just mentioning, thanks to him. I had interactions with Honorable President Sahib and the faculty members and some students of this institution. I visit the institution and I find the environment filled with the feeling of belongingness, love, and care. I understand this is that in any sphere of life and work, without fostering a culture of love, care, and respect, no institution can grow to its optimum potential. Being the Director General of an apex organization in Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, that is Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, we call it CCRUM. I am managing the workforce not only at the headquarters, but also its 23 peripheral campuses, which are national institutions, regional institutions, central institutions. And these 23 peripheral institutions I spread across the different zones of the country, offer the maximum level of diversity, starting from UT of Jammu and Kashmir, to Chennai, to Assam, to Hyderabad, and Uttar Pradesh, to name a few. As rightly mentioned in the background note of the session, belongingness is mostly a subjective sensation that satisfies a basic social need. Its significance originates from the fact that it is rooted on the essential nexus for human life. Understanding the possible buffering effects of belongingness on mental health among the workers in an organization is also extremely crucial. Our Ministry of Ayush, let me give an example to my fellow panelists and the people there, that the Ministry of Ayush is a wonderful example of a teamwork which is full of love, care, and respect to each other. Following the principle and guidance from our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi Sahib, that whole world is a family to us. Under the leadership of our Honorable Ministers and our Secretary, Vaidya Rajesh Kutecha Sahib, we at Ayush work as a family and as a team. In the recent past, we all have witnessed the success of Ayush, not only within the country, but in different parts of the globe. And with this spirit of ownership and sense of belongingness to our institutions, our nation, and our people, we are marching ahead with an aim to take Ayush to each door. We at Ayush and at CCRUM really mean care. With this sense of belongingness to our people, we want the healthy Ayush practices to become a lifestyle for people. Let it become a routine of the people in the country. Ayush being notified under essential services, all officers of my organization, CCRUM, were working day and night during COVID-19 pandemic in both physical and virtual mode simultaneously. And that was putting double job pressure on our colleagues. The world was looking for solutions and Ayush had a lot to offer. And the workforce of CCRUM, including other organizations in the ministry like Ayurveda, CCRAS, and homeopathy, and yoga, and naturopathy, and Siddha, we were doing multitasking. The officers were engaged in bridging and bringing guidelines on immunity boosting measures, creating awareness among people, preparing protocols, distribution of immunity boosting drugs in containment zones, and preparing research protocols, teleconsultations, organizing webinars, and many other related activities. Yes, indeed, it impacted their mental health. Though most of us in Ayush are from traditional medical stream, but we are humans first. And such calamities put pressure on the doctors as well. Now, as during lockdown periods, we all witnessed that domestic helps or attendants, they were not available. We used to care for the help of elderly and infants, that was also not available. Moreover, during the COVID-19 pandemic, social isolation and anxiety among students have all increased dramatically, and officers of our organization had to deal with this important aspect as well. As COVID-19 pandemic was an unprecedented situation, many of our officers, especially women, with strong family obligations were also caught off guard. I'm giving these very practical examples as being the head of the institution. I had to manage these issues while taking care that work of the organization does not suffer. These pressures not only affect mental health of the employees, but also sometimes result in internal discord sometimes between employees on small pet issues sometimes. As in their situation, an employee cannot understand what a leader sometimes can see in totality, and therefore sometimes to some extent we may not be able to appreciate and relate to the decisions taken by the leadership of an organization at times. Many of our officers also suffered from COVID-19 pandemic, but they continued working from home on isolation. As an head of an institution, it becomes an uphill task at times to manage in-hand tasks in such situations. Friends, according to one Stanford University study, when threats to a sense of belongingness are managed, stress levels are reduced and overall physical and emotional well-being increases. Also, a culture that cultivates engaged and happy employees is a competitive advantage. So, opening the dialogue, getting the inputs in meetings and various interactions, paying attention to the behavioral changes of the employees are some of the key points which should be smartly managed by the leader of the organization. Delegating duties will with full trust on the employees also foster a sense of belongingness. Organizations, to my understanding, must work towards building a positive and inclusive culture among its employees. Cultivating inclusion is extremely important for increased creativity, productivity, and innovation. And a leader must ensure that an employee is made to feel included and valued for physical and mental well-being, the work flexibility, and creating a sense of ownership and belongingness. Culture is an individual expression of shared values we all understand. And the human personalities and human needs are as unique as thumbprints. So culture doesn't mean conformity. An introvert and extrovert might express cultural values like transparency and collaboration differently. Another important factor in which I strongly believe is empathy. It is the capacity to understand how employees are coping up with their given situation is a powerful tool both within and outside an organization. When team members empathetically understand the special struggles of a single parent working from home, or their colleague taking care of elderly or at home, or children studying at home during the lockdown periods, and that extra help is extended to them by adjusting their routines to help their colleagues stay engaged, it helps, believe me, it helps a lot, which is measurable from the quality to quantity of work provided by that particular officer. Overall productivity of the team increases. When we say this is difficult, but we will overcome this, you will overcome this, and we all are going to help each other. Many officers of my organization sailed through this crisis also. Some of them were not that lucky enough, and we lost them to COVID-19. May their soul rest in peace. By creating empathy and culture across the organizations, leaders make sure that the work culture is built up, where all employees watch after each other and work with each other. So there are successful methods and ways for fostering belongingness at the workplace, taking diversity and inclusion to the next level. I would say it is indeed a healthy challenge for any leader and should be taken head and lead on with full empathy.
Thank you, Dr.
I once again thank the organizers at Amity University for providing the culture of belongingness among the students and faculty at its campuses, and congratulate the leadership of the founder, president, honorable chancellor, and honorable vice chancellor for their vision and efforts. Equally thankful to the organizers, especially the chairperson and the coordinator and moderator of the session, Janab Silvamurthy Sahib, who himself is an example of an institution in himself with full of love, care, and respect for his colleagues and students. Last year, Dr. Chauhan Sahib was just mentioning that in a meeting with the founder president, Chauhan Sahib, I told him, I don't know whether sir remembers or not, I told him that he has the God-given understanding of identifying and recognizing the talent and potential of human beings to take along as a caravan. And what better word could be than to call him as Mardam Shanas, which means the person to know people and who value and respect people's qualities. And I mentioned, sir, that sir, you are just a Mardam Shanas, and you have taken these people together, the best of the best people along within the caravan.
Thank you, Dr. Khan sir. We will work with you, and Amity belongs to you. You belong to Amity.
Dr. Murthy,
yes, sir.
I meet in a year hundreds of people,
yes,
but I remember only when your link got disturbed, I told to Dr. Asim Ali Khan ji that in the I2 launch, I had 45 minutes one-to-one interaction with him because I don't spend more than 5 minutes if I don't see a substance. If I sat with you 3/4 hour, every sentence from you as you have articulated today must be valuable. And I remembered you. I remembered all sitting in the sofa with him and exchanging the views. So today I could see more his great worthiness, great leadership, which has come out. Dr. Murthy, you, when you were invited to Vigyan Bhavan,
right,
you had a one-to-one meeting pre-conference in the room with both the ministers of Ayush.
Yes, sir, exactly. And Mr. Khan Saab has arranged that interactive meeting as well.
Right.
And so the ministers are very keen that Amity should contribute in a big way to the objectives and the mission of Ayush Ministry. Khan sir, we will expand our collaboration. We'll work with you.
Sure, sir. They are there.
And now we move on to the next panelist. We will come back to you during the question answer session as well. We have Dr. Kavita Rajashekar, a very young, dynamic scientist, as well as the science administrator who is in the Department of Health Research and ICMR, DHR ICMR. She is a biochemist by profession, and she has done PhD in biochemistry from University of Madras. I am also alumnus of Madras University, Kavita ji. And I have heard a lot about you since I used to work very closely with ICMR. And founder president, we have signed an MOU with ICMR with his blessings. And this was signed by no other than his son, Dr. Asim Chauhan. We went to Jodhpur in that institute, ICMR Institute. Then we signed over there, and this is doing very well. So we would like to expand this collaboration with ICMR, and your presence here will further augment this. So Kavita ji, you mentioned yesterday when I was talking to you informally about what are the thoughts in your mind for the deliberation. You mentioned wonderful thing which you did along with under the able leadership of your DG ICMR, Dr. Balram Bhargava, who is a good friend of Amity and founder president's also a good friend of Dr. Our founder president. So we are very happy to have you, Kavita ji. We would like to share with you your experience, belongingness exhibited, practiced in ICMR. Over to you, Kavita.
Dr. Murthy, just 1 minute before that.
Yes.
We are talking of ICMR. Tomorrow, Lieutenant General Raj Shekhar is at our campus Global Research Hub. So I am trying to arrange a meeting with Dr. Chandrasekhar ji, the former additional DG ICMR, and I think the both leaders should counsel with each other how to make this global research hub. So I was telling because when I heard ICMR, Chandrasekhar ji settled now in New York, and he told to Silva Murthy, you know, I want to be associated with MIT, and what can be the better opportunity to have together. Asim Ali Khan ji, Dr. Pooja, if I remember correctly, Asim Ali Khan ji has given also a funder project from Unani.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think two projects, Mariam has completed one project. Now 2 projects are ongoing in our campus.
I think 3 projects are there right now, and 4 projects are in pipeline right now.
Right. Asim Ali Khan ji, I keep of the every nitty-gritty info. We must be having 500 projects or 1,000 projects, but I remember about each of my scientists. Mariam is a wonderful scientist, great scientist.
True, sir. True, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Kavita, can you share your thoughts?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Amity fraternity. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Dr. Selvam-Murthy. Already the stage has been well set by Asim Ali Khan and Dr. Selvam-Murthy. It is a wonderful thought to have identified something like belongingness, to have a workshop and a conference. With this, there was a study by Harvard which actually told that 40% of the people work in an isolated fashion, and the isolated fashion creates a lot of stress. And this has also been proved by the National Health Survey that we are going into a lot of hypertension, diabetes, and also going into obesity. This is the right time that every organization understands actually what is belongingness. Belongingness is actually a combination of respect, the community, the connectedness, and with all these things, and we need to function in a manner and deliver in a manner as a whole organization gets benefited and also benefits the society. Dr. Asim Ali Khan has set a well-exampled platform how they work through COVID. I'm also going to bring in a similar picture how ICMR took over the responsibility during COVID, and it said it will establish testing centers across the country. To bring the picture rolling around, 2020 March, we had only National Institute of Virology doing the RT-PCR testing for SARS-CoV-2. Professor Balram Bhargav, under the able leadership of the then Honorable Minister, said we will expand the testing facilities across the country so that every individual will be benefited. I still remember the time when there was a COVID core team that was being set. There were 3 to 4 war rooms being set in ICMR Institute headquarters, which was there within AIMS. The war room said, we will divide our work. We will procure testing kits and distribute it across the state. So that was the first responsibility ICMR took over. The second responsibility was from one National Institute of Virology, we said we will expand. And within just a framework of 3 months, we expanded to 450 testing centers across the country. So we had only RT-PCR testing facilities. The National TB Elimination Program, which was functioning under the ministry, said, we have TrueNat and CBNat. We have Abbott instruments with the NACO. Let's repurpose them for testing for COVID. I'm just giving a small platform, and then I will elaborate how belongingness came from each and every department in the community and how we could build in our strength. We brought in repurposed TrueNat, CBNat from the TB elimination program. We repurposed Abbott testing kits from the NACO program, the National Control Program for AIDS and HIV. We brought in all these things, and today, at this platform, we have done 84 crore testings till date across the country, with 3,390 testing centers across the country. Every district, 740 districts in the country, we have testing facilities, right till the field level with rapid antigen testing. How was this possible? This was not possible as a single individual. This was possible because a group which came together. It was not only the ICMR scientists. We have Dr. Asim Ali Khan sitting here today. When we were all working in the COVID war room, from Ayush, we used to get CADA. Those were small things which Ayush extended it to ICMR. We used to wait for it because there was no coverage for us. We were just working, thinking that we are going to do something. We never knew when COVID is going to knock our doors. We had people from Cabinet Secretariat. We had Professor Shailendra Singh from DPIIT, Department of Pharma. He was posted with us. Professor Balram Bhargar, under his able leadership, we had scientists working with us. We had IAS officers, bureaucrats working with us. We had Indian Revenue Service people working with us. We had IPS officer. We had Professor Garg, who joined us as an IPS officer. He said, let me contribute it. We all were from different things. We were put under one room called as an administrative room. We were identifying how we had to enhance. Per day testing was just 500 in April 2020. Today, we have a capacity of doing 25 lakh tests per day. This was one of the biggest achievement of ICMR. We brought in new RT-PCR kits. We brought in new ELISA kits. We said we will bring in the rapid antigen kits. It is not the voice of Dr. Kavita sitting here. It is the voice of the whole ICMR, Department of Health Research, Department of Ayush, Department of Ministry, speaking together a voluminous book which says we have enhanced a testing facility which could fight, treat, test, identify, and then do the treatment. Treatment was taken care by the Department of Health and Family Welfare, where they enhanced the COVID beds. So testing was taken care by ICMR. So in the war room, when we had each one of us, how did belongingness help us? So we started respecting each other. We gave thoughts to every word that was being given, every idea that was being given. The first idea that was being given is that we have to enhance testing from just 500 to 10 lakhs by the mid 2020, and we achieved it. In the second wave, from 10 lakh testing per day, we achieved 25 lakh testing per day. The point which was, it was belongingness. The 3,300 labs were brought together, and that was the belongingness. Professor Balram Bhargav, a small CADA that came from Ayush, made us refresh. It actually gave us a small idea of, from insecurity, we had an idea, okay, now we are protected. And that actually gave us a protection. I think the mind worked there and it gave us a protection. We were coming at 6 o'clock in the morning, somebody was going at 12 in the night. Professor Balram Bhargav thought, when are they going to eat? How are they going to eat? I need to give them food to keep them safe and give them the immunity to work through. There was a canteen that was functioning 24/7. There was 20-25 vehicles that was working 24/7. an organization which thought that they need food, an organization that thought they need travel. There were days I was blocked because I had to travel from Delhi to Haryana. There were people, the IPS officers, the IRS officer took care of my passes. Dr. Asim Ali Khan will know that we needed passes to move from one state to the other state. It was a very difficult period. We were stopped. Our vehicle was sometimes the only vehicle that was traveling at 7 o'clock in the night. The IPS officers' control rooms were targeted. This is the vehicle that is moving. These were the vehicles that were moving to Rohini. This was a vehicle moving to Gurgaon that gave us security. Our drivers were taken care. Our helpers were taken care. The office MPs were taken care. So an organization understood that the belongingness is going to be the prime thing that we could fight COVID for. It was a small lesson that we learned during this period, but that lesson we tried to replicate in different parts and different divisions of ICMR. With that, we could bring in more publications. We could bring in our journal issues for COVID. We have brought 5 COVID journal issues where we didn't say, I'm going to be the first author, I'm going to be the corresponding author. There was nothing like that. It was all people put together where we could bring in a complete journal issue. The timelines, how COVID taught us. COVID actually taught us that the workplace is a reflection of a society, and how we perceive it will bring in belongingness to it. Thank you to Amity and thank you to the organizations for giving us an opportunity to actually mirror open how ICMR, ministry, Ayush, and all of us brought in new things to the country. Thank you so much.
Dr. Kavita. It's a wonderful experience that you have shared with us. How ICMR at the time of crisis, you were able to bring people together and they have the belongingness in the real sense of Advaita, the concept that you are not different. There are no others. Everyone is united together. That belongingness, you actually practiced it. The ICMR and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So compliments to you, and we'll come back to you again during the discussion. Yes, sir.
Please write from me few lines to Dr. Balram Bhargav ji.
Yes, sir.
That we know your leadership, but it has been further decoded today by Dr. Kavita when you made this COVID war room and the room for administrative room, because the way she depicted it, there is a lot of learning in that.
Absolutely. The way
they brought all people from different organizations, took the action. So I think that was the action mode. So you greeted Brahman Baloghi very well. So you write that Kavita ji decoded further your leadership.
I will do that.
Are you allowed? Kavita ji, allowed?
Thank you. Yes, sir, allowed.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next speaker.
Sir, with your permission, Mr. Akshay is in the car. He will reach in another 15 minutes. So he has requested if he can be the final panelist.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
So now we move on to a human resource expert. You know, the pillars, I feel the 4 pillars of the belongingness will be love, trust, communication, transparency, and purpose. You know, if you put all these are the pillars of belongingness. So how do you feel as an expert, Dr. Narani, that you have been a human resource expert for almost 2 decades, and you have built talent pool for the whole nation, and you have also been a business partner and a recruiter, and you are also giving support to Amity in terms of the talent management. And we are so happy right from life cycle, the recruitment. How do you keep the motivation of the people all through so that you will be able to get the best out of the employee? And also with all the diversity in the talent pool available, how do you bring the belongingness to each other? What are your experiences as the human resource expert? Over to you, Dr. Narani.
Thank you, Dr. Selvamurthy. I first thought when I joined this call, right, do I really belong here? Because a lot of eminent guest speakers, distinguished guest speakers are around. Almost everyone is a doctor, either by, I would say, their degree or profession. So first of all, I would like to kind of say a very heartfelt thanks to Dr. Madhuri as well as the founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhan sir, for giving me this opportunity to take part in this session and actually share the stage with a lot of eminent and distinguished guest speakers here. um, for a moment I thought like I will feel very nervous to even speak few words because there is a wisdom flowing here. I mean, words of wisdom is definitely flowing here. Just to share my thoughts from an HR perspective, since I'm more leaning towards people, as you rightly said, Dr. Selvamurthy, I think people function is the most important function in any organization, right? I mean, while we develop products, innovation is always there. We keep bettering products, or maybe we keep bettering things around us in this world. I think people function is the most important function. They also need to kind of be bettered or maybe become more good in the coming days. I think the sense of belongingness starts from there because we are all people, and then always, right? I mean, we look for like-minded people in any place. It could be an organization or an educational institution, or it could be any place, right? We always kind of look for like-minded people to feel that belongingness. I think, I mean, we all are together here on this session and forum, talking about the sense of belongingness. Yes, people function really contributes to a great extent to create that platform and forum for all of us in a way. Talking about our organization, CDK as an organization certainly belongs to the industry, and definitely we contribute to a lot, mostly in the North American region. I mean, we are an automotive, I would say we are in automotive industry. We are an automotive industry enabler in a way. We don't deal with manufacturing cars or vehicles. We don't deal with probably developing technology within a vehicle. But what we do is we enable dealers in the market space to run their business efficiently by using our technology platform. So this is just to talk about CDK, what we do here. In order to kind of enable that, we heavily bank on our major asset. Asset is our people again. As I said, I mean, people are the asset of many organizations. We also believe and bank on our people. And then we try to kind of create that environment of trust to start with. Yes, I mean, people need to trust us to kind of to feel they belong to this organization. An element of a lot of other activities we kind of like enable people with. Especially, I mean, when we talk about our own organization internally, what we feel is, right, in order to kind of engage people and then create that sense of belongingness, we believe in 4 fundamental areas. One is definitely learning. I think people look forward to learn a lot of things when they join an organization like us. And then earning, definitely, I mean, everyone in this world actually kind of lives to earn, right? I mean, whoever wants to be a part of an organization like us, definitely they look at earning. And then the 2 other elements is fun and pride. Okay. When I talk about fun and pride, I mean, these are 2 things which every individual would look forward for in an organization or elsewhere, right? I mean, basically, it could be an institution or an organization. People look for fun and pride, not just learning and earning. Nowadays, I think, especially with Gen Z and millennials around, I think, I mean, they look forward for more of fun and pride in a way than learning and earning. So I was just thinking about this, how to kind of correlate to our own conversation of sense of belongingness, right? I think gone are days where our X generation, I mean, my forefathers and fathers, who believe in actually kind of saving money, I mean, for future, right? I mean, we all kind of like were grown up because we wanted to kind of save money for our futures, right? So what we try to kind of do, I mean, being part of like late I would say mid or late 80s, born in mid or late 80s, right? I belong to the cusp generation. I'm neither with baby boomers or probably nor with I would say the millennials or zillennials who are kind of like coming out into the industry. But just to kind of share my thoughts there, right? I mean, basically we all believe in securing what we save for future. And then I think our next generation will think of only spending what we have saved and secured for the last 2 generations, right? I think that's where we belong to at this point of time, or maybe we are heading to. A lot of, I think, work is being done by institutions and organizations like us to create that values system in them. I mean, create that ecosystem within the organizations to ensure, I mean, we create that belongingness for all generations, because end of the day, all institutions, all organizations work with a workforce belonging to multiple generations, right? I mean, we have generational diversity, we have gender diversity, we have regional diversity, we have diversity in every way and form within the organization, and we are ensuring that we cater to every diverse employee in a way or other to kind of ensure they're happy with these 4 elements, fundamental elements of learning, earning, fun, and pride. The last thing is pride. I mean, just to add about pride, right? Everyone end of the day works for recognition. I think, I mean, this particular platform or stage is also one way of recognizing all of us, right? I mean, distinguished speakers here. I mean, we are being recognized by a prominent university like MIT, right? I mean, this stage itself is giving us a boost to kind of not only just contribute to the industry, but also kind of providing us a self-esteem that we are part of such a big event which is happening in this industry. I would like to personally thank Dr. Ashok sir again. And then I missed, I think, someone's birthday actually. I think it is founder chairman sir's birthday. I wish you a very happy birthday today. And then thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about it. I would probably leave with one last statement, right? I mean, when we talk about belongingness, I think people need to know and learn. We need to participate. I think, I mean, could be any forum. Participation is the key. Only then we can do more than just being, I mean, being there.
Thank you, Mr. Narane.
Yeah.
You brought the human dimensions of the belongingness. I want to tell you, in Amity, founder president tells always the leaders in the departments, HODs, HOIs, do you know the names of your faculties? Do you know the names of the faculty's children and the family background? So this is belongingness. So that this heart-to-heart belongingness comes in, emotional connect, sentimental connect comes in. So you rightly brought that human values and also the human relationship is built on belongingness, the philosophy of belongingness. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you during the question and answer session as well. And Dr. Pooja, has he joined? Akshay?
Sir, he's here. We can.
Mr. Akshay Agarwal. He is the director of Page Automation System, which deals with. Can we have you on screen? Oh, you are still. You haven't reached yet. Yesterday I was talking to him at night. He was also traveling from his office at night around 10 o'clock. I spoke to him. He was speaking to him. He was going home at that time. So Akshay, we are very happy that you are here with, and then your father and yourself are inculcating this philosophy of practicing the belongingness in your organization. And so we would like to hear from you the Page Automation System, your experience as director. How are you bringing? You will have people with diverse background and different class 4 employees, officials at the top level, the senior executives. So there is, how do you bridge the belongingness from this level of the hierarchy, as well as the people in different cultures, different religions, all those who are working with you. You mentioned to me yesterday that you practice it, so it's easy for me to express how you practice it. Over to you, Mr. Akshay.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I would like to wish Dr. Chauhan a very happy birthday. It was pleasure hearing Dr. Khan and Dr. Selvamurthy. In fact, yesterday when we spoke about this opportunity, it is quite imperative for organization like ours. We work in a very startup kind of format, and with a small group of people, it becomes quite imperative to inculcate the belongingness culture into the entire team. In fact, I learn all these values from my parents, both my mother and father. They teach me that if we don't have the relationship building with our co-workers, then we have not really achieved the goal. And money can be earned by the employees or by the company, but quality will come only when there is a belongingness and an ownership of the
Seems to be some technical glitch, I guess.
I think he's traveling, so he might
Yes, he
have
is.
lost the signal at the tower.
goes to the customer.
Yeah,
Is back.
you are back. Akshay, please go ahead. No, your audio is not working. Your mic is not working.
No, Mr. Akshay, we are not able to hear you. Yeah, Mr. Akshay,
Mr. Akshay, can you rejoin after some time? Because we are not able to hear you. Now you are back. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I lost you. So we take care of each employee, their kids' education is tracked by our family, that how their kids are being educated, how's the health of each family member, because all that impacts the overall performance and overall deliverables from each and every employee. Because we work in the physical and manufacturing culture, one very important factor that we had introduced was that we had stopped frisking our employees while they are leaving the campus of the company. So we need to believe that they are not doing petty theft jobs, and if someone does it for once in a while, then they need to be tutored rather than be frisked. So that has brought them closer to us and to be honest on their own. So so that is how we actually build relationships with them in a better way, to believe in them and to take care in totality.
Thank you, Akshay. We will come back to you again. So let us now take a few short questions with the panelists. So Kansa, if you can tell us, because you work with so many institutions, your centers are there, Ayush centers and also CCRUM centers in different locations with different region, people speaking different languages and also different requirements. So how do you cater for this diverse population, the inclusivity as well as the diversity? How do you handle in your practice as the DG CCRUM in the Ministry of Ayush?
So thank you so much for asking and floating this question. To be very honest, because the people who are sitting here and the students who must have joined this session, they all know the functioning of our very respected founder president, Shri Ashok Chauhan Sahib, Dr. Chauhan Sahib. So what are the atmosphere there, and whatever the culture he has created, an atmosphere he has created of respecting people, love and care, and this topic which we are discussing, this sense of belongingness and creating ownership and giving culture of giving and respecting each other. I think these are some mantras which work with every language, with what, even if you don't know the language. So starting from Kashmir to Kerala and to Assam or any part of the country, whether they are different languages, they all understand one language, and that is the language of culture of love, care, sympathy, belongingness, ownership. Sir, I provide that ownership, to be very honest. I provide that sense of belongingness. I provide them love and care. I take care of them. I take care of the needs. I do understand about their HR needs also. So with this culture, with this understanding, we try to move and we succeed even in these difficult hours of COVID-19. Furthermore, sir, one more important thing is there, as the Amity University fraternity has a wonderful leader in the name of Professor Chauhan Sahib and his sons and Madam Palvinder ji and your good offices. That if you have above you one more good leadership also, where you can also speak and you can ask for certain favors and certain guidance. And I'm lucky enough to have wonderful leadership also with me, my seniors like Secretary Rajesh Kuteja Sahib and Special Secretary Patak Sahib and both the ministers and Honorable Prime Minister. So with this understanding, with this leadership from top and from down, from me onwards, I think this mantra works. And the key mantra is, sir, which we are discussing, all of us are mantring, what Dr. Kavita was also focusing on, sir was also focusing on, Chauhan Sahib, that this sense of belongingness, this ownership, fostering this environment, so that works. And that is working with me and my organization also.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kansa. Dr. Kavita ji, we want you to reflect on this diversity and inclusivity brings a very big challenge. Welcome, Dr. Atul ji, and we are joined by Dr. Atul Chauhan, the founder, president of our foundation, as well as the chancellor, and also today, the day of belongingness is in his honor. So welcome, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji.
Dr. Salmurthy, I came online just to thank you, and I think Dr. Pooja and Dr. Madhuri are assisting you today for this session, and all the learned speakers who have come for this session. And I can see our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla, is also online, whose idea this was to organize this two-day conference where we can have outcomes on how organizations can implement belongingness. And Dr. Salmurthy, a special thanks to you, because you are the embodiment of values, you are the embodiment of belongingness, and to all the young members of the Amity fraternity who are online, you have heard all our learned speakers talk about their organizations, how it, I just heard Dr. Asim Ali Khan speak about how it flows from top down. And I think, this is why we celebrate belongingness in such a big way, because this is the vision that our founder, Dr. Chauhan, gave us right from the beginning. And really, it flows down from the top, this feeling of values, of sanskars, of belongingness. And we are so proud that it percolates down to every member of the Amity family all across India and all across the world. Because Dr. Chauhan's vision was very, very clear that if one can imbibe in young people this foundation of values, these sanskars of helping other people, helping society, helping their families, their organizations, and creating this sense of belongingness. I think, for us, what we try and imbibe, and whenever we take anyone to join the Amity family, right from the senior most people like Dr. Selvamurthy, Dr. Shukla, to even at the staff level, most important what we think is, do they have within them this core sense of values? Will they be able to reflect? Because values and the sense of belongingness cannot be taught. We strongly believe that the young generation imbibes values by observing their seniors, by people around them. And that is why today's conference is so important, because the speakers who have come today all are such great leaders. They are embodiments of values, of belongingness. So my gratitude to each one of you, and to all the students and young faculty members who are online today. We are extremely proud of having you as part of the family. Our dreams for everyone collectively, not only those people who are your teachers or your leaders at Amity, but today's speakers, the dream for all of us is that you do greatness in life. But always remember, the fundamental teaching of Amity is that however big you become in life, however successful you are, always stay humble.
always stay down to earth, always help people around you. And when you have this feeling of belongingness, of helping others, thank you so much, Dr. Pooja. Founder yesterday was telling everyone that what a great scientist you are. We are so proud to have scientists like you. But it is
Thank you, sir.
It is your feeling of belongingness. It is someone like you could say that I am such a great scientist. I will not spend time on such events. But that is where Amitians are different. We are so proud, and Dr. Madhuri, we are so proud to have people like you. And I can see Dr. Dhaneshwar, our Pro VC from Lucknow campus, is also online. We're very proud of you and your leadership. And Dr. Shukla, great. Always good to see you smiling, and we spoke in the morning, and I thank you personally also. Thank you, Dr. Salamurthy.
Thank you, Dr. Atulji.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry for coming in between, but kindly, please, you can continue.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chancellor. It's your vision, it's your leadership, it's your guidance, what we all are doing. And we all are learning from you how to be a humble and contribute to the organization growth, and how to take care of all the stakeholders, and especially our primary stakeholders, the stewards. And that's the way you take care of the stewards, that every single steward, if even slightest issue is there, that you come forward to how to help the steward. This you have taught us, the helping, caring, and and that's what the belongingness for all of us is. Thank you so very much. And today is a very, very special day. Once again, sir, wish you very, very happy birthday. And we are really proud to have your leader like you for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor sir. And we pray God to bless you with good health, happiness, peace, prosperity, all good dreams of yours come true. And your life sojourn will be studded with all successes all through your life. Thank you so much for joining.
Chancellor sir, I think, I like to say 30 seconds that you say that values cannot be taught, belongingness can be taught, and it has to be exemplified. And you are the examples. And from you, all Amitians must see what belongingness is all about. Our students must learn from you what belongingness is all about. And and on this day, I join with all my colleagues to express my great prayer to Almighty God for your good health, energy, and all good work for Amity.
Dr. Atulji, on this occasion, I want to repeat your slogan. Together with you, as the charismatic leader of Amity Group, we will take Amity to the best place in the world in terms of academic research innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, for your words, and Dr. Salamurthy. Really grateful. Thank you.
Sir, I called you, but I missed you, sir. And so that it's a good thing that virtually I'm able to see you and express my thankfulness to you.
Thank you so much. I apologize. It is since
no, sir. No, it is not that. That was very early in the morning, so it's okay. It was my fault.
Dr. Kavita, can we have your just one reflection on this? How do you handle this diversity and inclusivity when it comes to as a challenge to have the belongingness? It's a big challenge. And what is your reflection on this in just 1 minute?
So regarding an organization, diversity is actually by bringing a driving force, which brings in all parameters and the infrastructure, which makes the people who are working together as a part of the large ecosystem and have a uniqueness, and also have a feeling of community engagement within themselves. So this is one thing that can bring in. We need not say this. Social belongingness is a part, or it is wired within the DNA of our system. So we just have to unroll the DNA and to show that diversity is a part which can be open folded by any organization, and to have the voices heard by every person by the higher organization. So this will one thing which will bring the diversity into it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Well said. Now the last word is from our Narani, the HR expert. Just give, as a HR expert, how would you, for any organization like Amity, what do you think is yet to be added to the human values of belongingness. How do we inculcate that spirit in our students, in every member of our organization?
So what we did, I would like to kind of explain, sir. Actually, I mean, I think a lot of thoughts flowing around. One word I would want to kind of say is sense of responsibility. I think if you can actually kind of make people responsible, I see a great deal of leadership here, and then a lot of people are feeling responsible, especially to not only just manage this particular event, right? Even otherwise, as an organization, as an institution, I think everyone is equally involved and responsible for each of their areas. I think when I try to kind of identify that feeling or maybe sense of responsibility, we can truly create that sense of belongingness. What we did at CDK is we implemented something called UGIFT element with the help of a third party. Actually, I mean, we were able to kind of utilize the help of a third party to kind of run certain sessions for our leaders. Because end of the day, I think, I mean, unless they kind of use this particular tool, basically called UGIFT is nothing but, I would say, unique, which is like unique, generous, individualized, fits to the context, as well as togetherness, right? I mean, building that togetherness. As a leader, I think if you can actually kind of learn that UGIFT element and try to kind of implement that into the next level teams, right? I mean, as an organization, we believe in kind of creating sense of belongingness by implementing UGIFT element, which is very much personalized. I would like to kind of call out two words which you mentioned earlier as well. Along with fun and pride, people expect care and respect. I think, care and respect is something which we try to kind of institutionalize amongst each and everyone through the leadership, even unto the I would say smallest person who is responsible in this organization.
Thank you, Mr. Narani. I think now we need to conclude this session by saying that let us build that feeling of belongingness on 4 strong pillars. One is love. The expression of love will unite people together. The basic fundamental through which you can, the unconditional love, if you express, people will belong to you. The second is trust, is very important in an organization. The speed of trust. There is a book you all should read, The Speed of Trust. And in that book, it is said, how soon you build the trust with your people, that will unite people, people will belong to you. So the trust is the next pillar, which we have to build the belongingness. Third one is communication, because how you communicate with people, not only just your thought, your words, but also your body language, your sentiments, your heart-to-heart dialogue, relationship building. These are all is very important. The communication at all levels is very important to bring that belongingness. Then finally, the purpose for which you belong to each other is very important. So these are the 4 strong pillars, and I'm sure we will all build that belongingness on this day of belongingness. Let's say, take a resolution. We belong to humanity, so we have to show that, express that through human values. We belong to our nation, so we need to contribute to our nation building because we belong to this nation, India, the Bharat, the Vishwaguru. We belong to this organization, Amity. So most of the employees, most of the stakeholders, all of you belong to Amity. So once you are here, you belong to Amity, we belong to you. So we have also the responsibility to the organization. So let us show that belongingness to the organization, and also we also belong to the Chancellor, the Founder President, the whole AKC family, who are here to serve the whole globe to create a new world order. This new world order will be seen by good health, happiness, peace, prosperity, and good things for everyone. This is what Amity is. This is what is Amity's mission, to churn out the future global citizens who will create that world order. So together with you all, let us do it. And we assure you, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, that we belong to you, and Amity and you belong to us. Thank you very much. Now I hand it over to Pooja to conduct the rest of the proceedings. Thank you so much to everyone, the panelists. Beautifully, you deliberated on this issue, highlighted the theme and the philosophy behind this theme, and how you people practice in your organization. It's a great learning for me, and I'm sure it is for many of us in Amity. And so thank you very much to the panelists and also all the participants that let us practice it. Over to you, Pooja.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Selvamurthy. It was a pleasure listening to you as session chair. Would like to thank all the panelists, but to propose an official vote of thanks, I would request my co-coordinator, Dr. Madhuri, to please come forward and propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pooja. It's an honor to propose a vote of thanks as we conclude our session on belongingness. More so when your heart is filled with sense of belongingness. At the outset, on behalf of all of us here, I wish a very happy birthday to our esteemed Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir. Wishing you loads of happiness, good health, and great success in years to come. I would like to express heartfelt gratitude to our respected founder, sir, who is great visionary and a great motivation for all of us for providing us this platform and opportunity. I wish to convey our heartfelt thanks to our dynamic leader, esteemed Chancellor, sir, for setting a goal which pushes us to the best in bringing world to amity and taking amity to the world. I would like to thank our very own esteemed Vice Chancellor, ma'am, perfect mentor and coach, the architect of this conference, who is always very encouraging, supporting, and brings out the best out of each one of us. I'm extremely thankful to Professor W. Selvamurthy, sir, for his unconditional support and mentoring. Sir, your positive vibes and energy is amazing. You are true embodiment of value and belongingness. So much to learn from you. I'm very thankful to all the esteemed panelists, Dr. Khan, Dr. Kavita, Mr. Akshay, Mr. Narani, for sparing the valuable time and sharing their valuable thought on fostering belongingness. I would like to put on record special thanks to Ms. Vanda Sharma for coordinating the session of this conference very diligently. I'm extremely thankful to my colleague, Dr. Pooja, for her constant support for the conduct of this session. I'm thankful to all the backend team of admin and IT for providing constant support to make this event a success. Thanks to all. I would fail in my duty if I don't thank our audience. Thanks for being there with us throughout our session. Thank you once again to each and everyone present in this room.
Let's clap for Dr. Madhuri and Dr. Pooja. You people conducted it so well.
Thank you, sir.
People. Thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor.
Dr. Selvamurthy ji, I must thank you, Dr. Asim Ali Khan ji, and Mr. Akshay Agarwal ji, Dr. Kavita Rajsekhar ji, and Mr. Narayan Gundabatula, that for sparing your time and giving such a valuable input on belongingness, which is close to everyone's heart to make that organization, excellent. So thank you so very much, and we look forward your continued patronage and guiding us, supporting us, working together to make the organization grow and make everyone happy, and where everyone feels that we belong to organization, we belong to society, we belong to nation, because ultimately all of us has the one common goal: how we make our nation great, how we make this world a better place to live, and that can only come with the sense of belongingness, and which comes from the kind of the value system everyone carries. So thank you so very much that on this very special day, on very special occasion, you all have come and shared our happiness and our joy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. And congratulations for making this event so beautifully organized, networked, orchestrated, and compliments to you. Wonderful leadership.
And great job done by Pooja, Madhuri, and Vandana.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All your guidance, ma'am. It's all because of your guidance. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sir, we would be now going on to the next session. So members of the next session may kindly take over from us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pooja ji. Thank you so very much. I am Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Patna. And I have with us the respected Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Punjab, Dr. R.K. Kohli Saab, and our esteemed guests are Shri Aditya Agrawal Ji, Honorable Chairperson, Imami Group of Companies, Honorable Shri Rakesh Malhotra Ji, Chairperson, SAR Group, and Shri Ashwini Lohani Ji, who is CEO of GMR Group, and he was so saying something.
Dr. Pandey, I'm here online. You continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you. We also have with us Mr. Shri U. Ramachandran Ji, our Senior Vice President, Amity Education Group. And with your kind permission, sir, shall we start? Rama sir, shall we start?
Dr. Pandey, may I just come in to just thank?
Many happy returns of the day, Honorable Sir. Happy birthday.
Yes, Dr. Pandey, thank you so much. I just wanted to come in quickly before you start the panel to thank our respected speakers. I mean, what a stellar galaxy of speakers we have in this session, where Dr. Shukla, as the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, has organized this 2-day conference on how to inculcate or understand the inculcation of belongingness and values within organizations. And I think no better people at such a senior level like our Honorable Agrawal Ji. We are extremely grateful to you. You know, whenever you speak to the Amity fraternity, you bring out such wisdom. Lohani Ji is here, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Malhotra. I think all of you, and I can see there are hundreds and hundreds, and across our internet channels, thousands of young Amity students and faculty members who will be listening to you over this session. And for us, under the vision of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, when he established the Amity Foundation, the fundamental philosophy was of how to create this sense of belongingness and how to imbibe the solid foundation of values and sanskars amongst the young Amitians whom we teach. Because we have always told them that however successful you become in life, whatever you do, you will achieve the greatest heights. But always have this respect for other people in society. Always be the ones who support your families. Always create this sense of belongingness. And as I was just telling in the earlier session, we have a strong belief that values, this sense of belongingness, these are all aspects which are very, very difficult to teach. But we have a strong belief that young people imbibe values, they imbibe aspects like belongingness from seeing people around them. And that is why at Amity we are so privileged to have great leaders like Dr. Kohli, who is the Vice Chancellor, the youngest Vice Chancellor of within the Amity family, a great academic leader. Dr. Pandey, who is an absolute dynamo and go-getter, I say. Mr. Ramachandran is here, who has helped us build Amity across the country and across the world. I can see Gaurav, Major Vinod, and of course, Dr. Shukla, our Vice Chancellor, who has been heading this from the front, Dr. Dhaneshwar, our Pro VC, and so many leaders of Amity. We are extremely proud that all of you create this sense of belongingness, this imbibing of values amongst all our students. So I just wanted to come online to thank everyone and our respected speakers today. Our deepest gratitude for sharing your blessings to our young Amitians who are listening online today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chancellor, sir, for your presence and your motivating and inspiring us from front. And we are extremely thankful to all our distinguished speakers and the Vice Chancellors of the universities who have organized especially this particular session of the 2 days conference, and I would like to especially thank Mr. Ramachandran and his entire team who has been coordinating with the various universities. So thank you so very much, Honorable Chancellor.
Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, sir, and Dr. Shukla. Ayam Nijaha Paro Veti Ganana Lagu Chetasam Udar Charitanam Tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is mine, this is his, says the small-minded. The wise believe that the entire world is our family. Good afternoon to one and all present here today. Greetings of the day from MET family to all of you attending this program. I have great pleasure in welcoming all the students, participants, faculty members, and esteemed guests to this conference on the theme Reinventing the Sense of Belongingness for Organizational Excellence. The topic for this session is Enhancing Belongingness towards Social Cohesion for Organizations. I would like to welcome and extend my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Shri Aditya Agarwal ji, Chairperson Imami Group of Companies, Shri Rakesh Malhotra ji, Founder SAR Group, Shri Ashwini Lohani ji, CEO GMR Group, Shri Salil Nair ji, Senior Director KPMG, for coming and gracing this occasion, sparing their valuable time out of their busy schedule. I would like to thank our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan sir, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, our Senior Vice President, Shri U. Ramachandran ji, Vice President, Shri Gaurav Gupta ji, for always guiding, motivating, and supporting us in our every new endeavor like this. Also, my sincere thanks to Dr. R.K. Kohli, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MET University Punjab, for his extraordinary leadership. MET Education Group, over the last 30 years, has established 11 world-class universities and 25 schools in India and across the world, with over 175,000 students enrolled. The world-class campuses of MET are spread over 1,000 acres in various states of India and abroad. We are ranked among the top 3% of universities globally by QS and THE, the world's leading university ranking organizations. Our session chair, Dr. R.K. Kohli, is globally accredited certified senior ecologist, highest rank with emeritus recognition for life, decorated with several state and national awards. He is currently the founder Vice Chancellor of MET University Punjab at Mohali. May I request our respected Vice Chancellor, MET University Punjab, to kindly give his opening remarks to begin the session.
Dr. Pandey, may I just also add as an introduction of Dr. Kohli, in the ranking by Stanford University, he is ranked amongst the top 2% of scientists around the world. We're extremely proud of that.
Thank you so much. It is very motivating. Thank you so much, sir. And thanks, Dr. Pandey. And good day to you all participating in this event. At the outset, let me congratulate our visionary founder, sir, madam, our own dynamic chancellor, sir, his strong team, and the whole Chauhan Parivar on the auspicious birthday of our own Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, a true leader who has a very strong academic backbone built from great institutions of the world. We all in unison wish our Chancellor, sir, a very long life, full of happiness, sound health, and blessings of the Almighty and his parents, so that we keep celebrating this day with a new theme and purpose in the service of humanity. We at MET University Punjab have celebrated the Week of Belongingness, starting from 2nd May and culminating today, the 7th, to commemorate the birthday of our beloved leader, a successful leader. I am true in my words. The objective was to initiate among the students and the faculty a covalent bond, which is the strongest bond of togetherness and belongingness. Incidentally, I think you all are aware, on 7th May 1947, the Second World War had ended and the era of world peace took its beginning. I treat this day as a very good day. Befitting to the occasion, we have assembled here to share our thoughts on the impact of belongingness on the growth of any institutions and thus the stakeholders. Why I say befitting? Simply because of the laudable vision of our founder, sir. Honestly to put, I really admire his far-sightedness in building relations with an eye of excellence. Before me and us all is his example, and an example of happy, well-knitted Chauhan Parivar. We all need to imbibe the values which are percolating into the Amity family also. God bless him and his mega Parivar. Yesterday night, I returned from the University of Hyderabad, where I had gone for NAC accreditation. There I noticed that many of the stakeholders, students, teachers, employees, even the alumni, they lack the feeling of ownership, feeling of belongingness in their institution. The same was true with other institutions. Many, we call them great institutions. I don't want to name them. But it was true even with the alumni. People have become, I found that they have become so self-centered without realizing the impact of their actions of only finding faults with the management. Unfortunately, it is so in many institutions. I am repeating it. It is painful for me. As a chairman of the peer team during the exit speech there, I shared my pain, the feeling with this was the feeling of the team as well. And I had the courage to share openly in the auditorium. I believe you all will admire the thoughts of our founder, sir, and Chancellor, sir, to devote some time and visit the theme of belongingness on this important day. The slogan that our Chancellor sir has given, together we can change this world. It is so apt. And I shared this slogan at University of Hyderabad as well. In my opening remarks, I believe these feelings must get built on certain basic principles, which were also part by my yesterday remarks in the auditorium before the faculty and administration. Even the Vice Chancellor agreed with our findings. The principles which I believe we must have is sticking to non-discriminatory approach of the leaders of the university, may it be department, may it be school, may it be institution, may it be registrar office, whichever office it is, it should be non-discriminatory principle. Then feeling and treating the pains of the stakeholders, including students, colleagues, employees. If we have their feelings, we share their pain, and we are sensitive to their feelings, this will build confidence of brotherhood. then I also believe that motivating and nurturing the stakeholders is also the responsibility of the leaders. I always say, everyone is good. It is only the situation that makes one or somebody bad. Try not to get the situation to emerge. This is my feeling and this is my principle I always adopt. Each one of us must try to appreciate the truthfulness and character of honesty, clubbed with ethics, on which our Honorable Chancellor emphasizes always, and I really appreciate it. And of course, in addition, the hard work of the stakeholders, we must appreciate. And we must be helpful to others. These are the few random thoughts which come to my mind. All these qualities, I call them the basic principles to exist in the Amity Parivar, and I sincerely wish for it. Learning from Chauhan Parivar, each one of us must try to emulate and imbibe such characters in our personalities to make Amity Parivar such a better institution. It can be, still more improved. There is always room for improvement. We all are here to listen to the stalwarts that Dr. Pandey has invited of the successful, they are all the leaders of the successful industries. So let me not take more of your time and say good luck to you all on this auspicious day and request Dr. Pandey to proceed with the activity. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Kohli. Thank you so very much, Dr. Kohli. And you said correct. This day is indeed a great day for all of us, because this day gives us opportunity to welcome galaxy of renowned personalities. Today we have with us Shri Aditya Agrawal ji, Chairman, Imami Group of Companies. Aditya sir is the eldest son of the founder of Imami Group, Shri R.S. Agrawal sahab. Aditya Agrawal ji is the key member of the group's core advisory committee, and he has been an intrinsic part of Imami's growth for its humble beginning to being one of the leading diversified business conglomerate in the country today. May I request you all to please give a huge round of applause and welcome Honorable Shri Aditya Agrawal ji. We also have with us Honorable Shri Rakesh Malhotra ji, founder of SAR Group. Rakesh Malhotra ji is a senior entrepreneur and he is an early stage investor in India, Singapore and US. SAR Group of companies are engaged in wide range of industries including power, electronics, energy storage, renewable energy, water, air purification, industrial, IoTs, and many more. Since 1988, Sir has been the founder and co-founder of more than 14 ventures. Once again, I request you all to please welcome Honorable Shri Rakesh Malhotra ji. We also have with us Shri Ashwini Lohani ji, CEO of GMR Group. Sir is presently working as CEO of GMR Group based at New Delhi. He also holds the position of Independent Director of IPRCL and is a member Board of Governors of IIT Roorkee. He also earlier held the positions of Honorary Chairman, Andhra Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation, with the status of a Cabinet Minister of the state and Honorary Advisor Tourism to the CM of Uttarakhand. He retired as the Chairman of Railway Board and also served as at various apex positions in Indian Railways. Sir has also worked as Chairman and Managing Director of Air India on 2 occasions. Once again, I request you all to please, with huge round of applause, welcome Sri Lohani sir. We also have with us Sahil Nair ji, Senior Associate Director. Sahil is a certified MBTI and NLP practitioner, a regular columnist and visiting faculty at leading business school across the country. With a certified design thinker, he loves filtering the ideas. He designs prototypes. He redefines human experiences at KPMG in India. Once again, I request all of you to please welcome Sahil Nair ji with huge round of applause. Let me begin with Honorable Shri Aditya Agrawal. Thank you, Sahil. Thank you so much. Let me begin with Shri Aditya Agrawal, sir. Aditya, sir, Honorable Aditya, sir, the esteemed organization of yours was founded by two friends, Honorable R.S. Agrawal, sir, and Honorable R.S. Goenka, sir, in 1974. Can you please share with us about his journey of belongingness of friends for taking care of the society? Honorable Aditya Agrawal, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very happy birthday to Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan. It's a matter of great pride for me to be present here amongst all of such teachers, professors who are making the society what it should be. I would like to make a small correction. I'm not the chairman of the Imami Group. I'm a director there. My father and Mr. R.S. Goenka, both of them are the joint chairman. As far as belongingness is concerned, our whole organization has actually been built on relationship, and somehow relationship and belongingness, they are two different words, but I think if we go deeper, it will bring you to the same place. Because in every relationship, it is only because of belongingness towards each other that the relationship prospers. If that belongingness is not there, then we give up and don't take the relationship further. As I heard that skills can be taught, we very, very strongly believe in our organization that skills can be taught, but values cannot be. And that is the one reason why in our assessment form for any appointment, we give around 70% of weightage to the values, because the skill requirement also changes as the organization changes, as time changes, as industry changes. But the values always remain the same. And values can only change if there is a life-changing experience in your journey of life. Otherwise, values don't change. If only very good happens to you in your life, or if very bad happens to you in your life, then only your values changes. It could change towards better, it could change towards worse, depending upon how you have taken the incidents of the good or the bad, how you have taken the experience, the good experience or the bad experience. Imami, as Dr. Pandey said, it was started by my father and one of his friends who studied together since class 3. And now we, the second generation, and now my kids and Mr. Goenka's grandson, they are also working together. We take a lot of pride in saying that in spite of becoming big in many terms and still to become big in many other terms, we are together as strongly as maybe our founders were. And the biggest thing which we worry about in our organization, and the biggest thing which we want to pass on to the next generation, whether it is next generation of family members or next generation of leaders who are working in the company, is this feeling of togetherness. In fact, when one of our company 2 years back was awarded the Great Places to Work certificate, we were happy to see that out of the 2,100 people they interviewed, we got very high marks, much better than the average on these aspects. People working with us, they felt that there is no politics in our organization. Each department was willing to help each other. So that made us happy that the values which our founders have passed on to us, we are being able to run the company in that way and pass on those values to every person who are joining this organization. For example, say when our first, we have an art center, a space and a center dedicated to art and culture as a CSR activity. So when it was opening in 2019, the first program was Vasudevaya Kutumbakam. The world is your family. And our belief is, like, if you cannot be happy if your family is not happy. Your family cannot be happy if your neighbors are not happy. Your neighbors cannot be happy if the society is not happy. And so on. If the country is not happy, the society cannot be happy. If the world is not happy, the country people cannot be happy. We all are seeing how the war in Russia and Ukraine, which is hundreds, thousands of kilometers away from us, is affecting our happiness in some way or the other, in short term or in long term. So the daira of our happiness, it is our duty to grow and not to keep it within ourselves. It cannot, if we want to be very selfish and just want ourselves to be happy, we will somehow not be happy even in the mid-term or the long term. So everyone, it is very important, everyone wants to have the feeling of belongingness, being loved, being cared, having the affection of everyone around. But for that, it's important that we give first. We should not see what we have got from the society, from our family members, from our friends. In fact, we should see what we have given. When we give, without any expectations, we get much more, and belongingness improves. We all, in every organization, we tell our people to work like owners. But do we actually give them the environment to work like owners? Do we let them think and work like owners? No. We give them targets. We bound them within boundaries. You do this, you have to do this, and then nowadays we even give them a booklet to how to do that. Whereas the owners, their strength is they can think new. And we don't let our people think new. So if we want to get their belongingness, we'll have to make them happy. And happiness can only come by giving independence of thoughts, independence of expression, independence of action. Like we also are a part of a hospital chain. It's the largest hospital chain in Eastern India. And whenever we get a chance to talk to our people there, we always tell them, just think whoever is coming to you for treatment, think that he or she is your relative. Now, how would you react? Yes, I know it's easier said than done. But if we start thinking like that, it is very easy actually to do it also. We may fail sometime, but if we start doing it, we will definitely achieve it for 90% of time. That 10% will not be important. It can be covered in the longer period, because some external factors are also do also contribute to this, because of which many things cannot be done. But at least 80-90% is in your hand. So we have to start doing it. And once we start doing anything, we'll definitely achieve what we want to. There is nothing which cannot be achieved if we start doing it. But if we think ki pehle sab jama karo, let us have the best in our hands first, whether it is people, whether it is machine, whether it is the amount of money, and we don't start till we have everything, then the goalpost will always keep on changing and we will never start. We have seen people who have failed because they were not starters. They had everything in them. But the last minute, they just are too, they just want to be very safe, I would say, to start. Let us not fear from failing actually. And failing fast is the best which you can give to yourself. I hope I am not being very preachy, but the subject is such, and especially with everyone so educated around, you don't even know what to say. You can only share what we have learned from our parents, from the society, and that is only what I can share with you all, because there is no book which here people might not have read, no learnings which you don't impart to your students. So please excuse me if I am going the other way. Like people talk about town halls now after Steve Jobs and Elon Musk, maybe since the last 5 years. But I've seen my father and my uncle in the mid 80s or the early 80s. It was very clear, like Calcutta is understood to be the hub of unionism. But we had never had a red day or a black day in our factory. It was because we made the people feel like a family. It was very clear to the workers. My father used to tell them, I am giving you money. You will not listen to the union leader. Is he paying you? If you have any problem, come to me. If it is not solved, then go wherever you want to go. But you cannot come to me with a gun in your hand and the union leader in front of you to dhamkao me. Then take money from him. So we used to gather, every worker used to gather in an auditorium. 2 days in the year were fixed. The management team was there. All the workers used to come, and it was a whole day program where they could share their feelings, their agony, and most of the time you don't need to solve their problems also. If you just hear it, it is good enough for them. You just have to have the patience. We all have enough patience to listen to our kids. But when it comes to co-workers, when it comes to neighbors, when it comes to countrymen, this patience level goes down like a mobile phone battery in the evening. It's not there at all. So when we practice such things, belongingness with people, it increases. And at the same time, we should take care that we do not get too much of belongingness with things. The feeling of belongingness of things, this thing belongs to me. It is just the opposite. And it gives you opposite result than the sense of belongingness with people. If we want to progress in life, we should decrease our belongingness of things and increase our belongingness with people, help them, give them first without expectations, and then it comes. If something comes, it is a bonus. Like it is said, neki kar darya mein dal. So this is what I had to say. And once again, thank you everyone for hearing me, for being patient and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. And our handful respect and regards to the founders, Shri R.S. Goenka Saab and Shri R.S. Agrawal Saab. And sir, we would like to submit one statement, one fact, that at MIT, we work like entrepreneur. Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir gives us full freedom to think and implement. And he is the man who has been imbibing in us that sense of belongingness. And we call once Emitian is always Emitian. So with your kind permission, now I am going to Honorable Shri Rakesh Malhotra sir. Honorable Malhotra sir, your vision of connecting with people and maintaining lifelong friendship both inside and outside of your organization, leading to a sense of belongingness, has led to a mission 555. All of us would like to know more about this very interesting initiative of yours, Mission 555. Honorable Malhotra sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey, and I would like to also wish Dr. Chauhan a very happy birthday. I think, see, for us, we are a first generation enterprise. I started very early at the age of 23 in 1985 with my first venture, and we were just two people. And then my father, who was an IAS officer, retired in 1991, and by that time we had grown a little bigger. So we had the good fortune of having him as the chairman of our company after he retired. And belongingness is something that, I'll come to the Mission 555, but belongingness is something which is the theme that you have today. And for us, our journey over the last now about 37 years, running through, two different versions of our business. The first company we built was called Luminous Power Technologies, which we exited in 2017. And then now we have the second version of our entrepreneurial journey, which has also grown to be a 5,000 people organization. All through these years, from 2 people to over 5,000 people, we have seen this as a common thread and the foundation for growth, actually. So in reality, this is got embedded into the culture of the organization as some sort of intrinsic value system of the organization, which has propagated from the nucleus as we built the organization all the way through. Some deliberate, very well thought through initiatives, and some simply walk the talk activities that propagate. In fact, the walk the talk activities are the ones that are the more enduring ways of building the culture than anything that you put on the wall and any kind of statement that you do. I mean, like Aditya was also talking about multiple things that went all the way through from the founders down to the 3rd generation now, and it's very endearing to hear that. I can remember my father, after he joined in as a chairman, after retiring from civil service, we were about 250 people at that time. And he had made a process every day in the morning when he got to work at 9 o'clock. He was the first person in the office. He would sit with a separate person every day in the morning and have a cup of tea with him for 15 minutes. And he ran that process every single day without failure. And he knew literally everyone, what is going on in their lives, what's right, what's not right, and so on and so forth. course, as we grew bigger, he couldn't keep up with everybody getting to there, but he was still doing it for most people that were there in, let's say, first 2 or 3 or 4 levels of the organization. Things like that, we have always practiced 3 things in our organization as fundamentally important. One is that people align to a purpose or a vision which is greater than what they can see about their career or their growth or their personal well-being. I mean, that is of course important. But big things are done with when there is some inspiration around the table, where everyone can align to getting to some big goal, some big purpose, clarity of their contribution in creating something worthwhile, and so on. So Mission 555, and before that we have been through a few more such missions, were all a part of rallying everyone towards some sort of a mid-term aspirational goal, which is large enough to and good enough to inspire people to do something more than what they would do in a day's work, right? So, by the way, the Mission 555 has 3 5s. So when we were starting out second time around from scratch with just 3 people in 2013, we said that we'll coin a 10-year goal, and the goal has 3 5s. The first 5 is 5,000 happy people. The second 5 is 5,000 crores of top line, and the third 5 is 500 crores of bottom line. And all these 5s have to be accomplished in the first 10 years of our existence, and we are about a year away from where we set the goal at. I think we're almost there. We're probably going to be a year or 6-8 months here or there. So what it does is it focuses everyone's energy onto a bigger goal and aligns everyone towards something. So that's Mission 555. But coming back to the subject of today, which is your concept of belongingness, for us, I think it's centered on 3 things. One is transparency, second is trust, and third is inspiration. And I think these 3 things happen out of the value system being clearly uncompromised at any time. So a lot of things that Aditya was talking about they resonate completely with me. We are almost similar companies. I mean, we are both very strongly relationship oriented. It's not just inside the company. It extends to all our distributors, dealers, all the way back into suppliers. So we have had people, who have stuck to us all the way through. We have people who have spent now over, from the first set of employees that we had, we still have almost 70-80% of them 25 years later. They're retiring from the organization, and it's a lifelong partnership, and not just at work, but it's beyond work. It then extends to being friends. It then extends to being pretty much family, right? So we have been very successful at keeping that spirit going by putting people first. So through many turmoils that we have all seen, I mean, from 2008 financial crisis to COVID-1, COVID-2, and many others, one of the first things that we always do is come together as a family and make sure that not a single person you may let somebody go out of his job because of other reasons, could be related to ethics, values, and this and that, but never for a reason of a crisis on profitability. So profits come as a consequence of having a team that feels a very strong sense of belonging. And I think we have borne serious fruit of that. I mean, all our businesses have thrived and rapidly grown because of this, because of this strong sense of belongingness that we have. I mean, 50–60% of our new hiring happens through existing employees bringing in their friends and their acquaintances into the company by pulling them in. So we don't have to hire a lot of placement consultants for hiring good people. We get a lot of them through our own employees. So those kind of things have always been going on in our system, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is second nature for us. It's values first. It's a purpose which is linked to the values, and then we've set these missions like Mission 555, etc. More as a medium-term objective. It is not the longest-term objective, but it is like 5–10 year horizon, so that people can focus and rally around some kind of a goal.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so much. I'll again come back to you to understand another great idea of yours, that is act, aim and act. But prior that, taking permission from Shri Ashwini Lohani ji, I would like to again go back to our Aditya Agarwal, sir. Sir, being the eldest son of the founder, Honorable Shri R.S. Agarwal ji, and the torchbearer of the founder's legacy, and also being on the driver's seat in the organization, what is your viewpoint for the idea of belongingness?
See, as I said, there is it is a very important subject to dwell upon, but it has to be understood rightly. As I said, it should not be belongingness or love towards things. It should be love for people, love for values of people, and it has to grow. And somewhere, I think Amity can play a very big role here, because you all are teaching and helping youngsters develop a mindset. Of course, it happens from the school era, school time, and also with the family. But again, I think there cannot be anything more important than the feeling of belongingness towards everyone in this earth, and to help each other grow.
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I was talking about the idea of Sri Malhotra ji, aim and act. So values are an integral part of an improvement in inclusiveness and belongingness through social cohesion of society. In this backdrop, we would like to know more about the concept of aim and act in your organization.
Well, I mean, aim and act is basically an acronym for our values that we have put together as an organization right at the start. And it's an easy way to remember and internalize that for our people. But at the end of the day, your question was around how values form the bedrock of creating this whole alignment in society or wherever else in the organization. I can't actually speak for society at a whole, but I can tell you a little bit about how we have used, putting the values right in the center as a way of creating a strong sense of alignment and strong sense of a sort of strong sense of right from wrong in the organization. So the way we do it is, there is right from the first day of recruitment, we also follow a similar philosophy around hiring for the right kind of match on values. But then as soon as a person joins, there is from the induction through every single interaction, including every business performance review of a person, there is a weight always brought about towards citing citing specific instances and calling out specific instances of exemplary conduct around the values by the individual, and by that we keep on reinforcing the values in practice on the through the people, and as a process of recognition, public recognition, we have a monthly rewards or recognition process, which is applicable to most frontline and line managers and people at the front line, essentially to propagate and cascade down the understanding of the purpose and the values all the way through the organization on the ongoing basis. So that way, I think it gets to a point after a certain amount of work being done in a few years' time, where it is your colleagues and your peers who will call you out, even if you are at the front end of the organization, if you are not in alignment with the values of the organization. So that works extremely well and becomes a natural filter for some kind of problem that might be there in certain individuals relating to alignment on values.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. I'll again come back to you to understand from you the philosophy, which is also the philosophy of our Amity group, founded by our founder president, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, sir. People come first. But prior that, I would like to go to Shri Ashwini Lohani ji. Lohani sir, you being the chairman of world's 4th largest national railway system, taking care of more than 24 million passengers traveling daily. Sir, please share with us your experience of inculcating belongingness through actions. Shri Lohani sir.
Sir, please unmute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. Am I audible now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say it's a real honor to hear such eminent fellow panelists. Dr. Atul Chauhan, a very happy birthday to you. Students, members of the faculty, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about belongingness for organizational excellence. Well, I have headed many organizations. When I got my first posting at the age of 22 years and 7 months, it was in a place called Gutti near Guntakal in Andhra Pradesh. I joined there and I asked how many men are reporting to. So they told me 1,000. The shed had 2,000 staff, and there are 2 officers who are sharing 1,000 each. I said, if I have 1,000 men under me, and my job is to get the best out of those men. Rest everything that those persons will do. That is how the journey started. And then I headed Indian Railways with 1.4 million. I'll come to that. Air India with 35,000 employees. Met each and every single one of them. In the railways, shook hands with more than 1 million. I almost met every single railway employee. ITDC was also not that big, about 8,000 employees. State government, but I realized very early in life that it is the men who matter. The most important resource is the human resource. It is not money, it is not strategy, it's not land, it's a human resource. And we can get them to do wonders if we really are ahead. If we really believe that our job as leaders is to create an environment where everyone flourishes. If we ourselves believe that the will to do is a much more potent tool than the hows and whys. There was a point made by, I think Dr. Atul Agrawal made this point, that we have to decide to do things and then ultimately find out the ways and means. Start looking at the ways and means right in the beginning. Perhaps we may never even start. Values, we're talking about values, ethics, beliefs. Definitely, yes, they have to be there. But how do we get it? How do I put an organization as big as Indian Railways, 14 lakh men? I have to bring these issues on the table. These issues will have to be brought on the table. We'll have to talk about corruption every day. We'll have to talk about values, ethics, and beliefs every day. Instill in our people the need to be honest. But at the same time, tell them, I told my people always, you have to be honest. But I'm not giving you any credit to be honest. No. That is the way a person has to be. That is a given. Well, it's all about building pride in the organization. I have to build pride. I had to build pride in the 14 lakh men who are manning Indian Railways. How does one do that? How does one do that? I remember an ad which I'm very impressed with that ad. It's an ad of a motorcycle in which the rider, while riding the motorcycle, blends with the motorcycle. He just melts and he and the motorcycle becomes one. But that is how it has to be. If I'm working in an organization, I should blend with that organization. My men have to blend with the organization. The men and the organization have to become one solid piece. And that is what belongingness is all about. Developing pride in the organization, putting in your life and soul in the organization, working extremely, extremely hard, and doing it because it pleases you. It pleases you. When I was brought to the railways in 2017, there were three major issues. Three major things which the government wanted. One was bring down the accidents. Accidents were large number of accidents happened in 2017. Thousands died. Improve the cleanliness levels at stations and take railways on the growth path. Now, how does one do it? Get a consultant, ask him to make a report, follow the report, ultimately do a postmortem to where we failed. I said no. My men, my 14 lakh men, have to think, have to know what I want. They should be able to deliver what I want. They should have pride in the Indian Railways. They should have love for the Indian Railways. हर कोई जान देना चाहता है अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए, काम करना चाहता है. अब उसको एनवायरनमेंट दे तो सही. अब दे के देखिए ना, हर आदमी इवन जो चोर भी होता है वो भी रामराज पसंद करता है. बशर्ते आप उसको रामराज दे दो, एक ऐसा राज जहाँ पे एथिक्स, वैल्यूज पे फोकस हो, जहाँ परफॉर्मेंस रिवॉर्ड हो, जहाँ पे बायस नहीं हो, जहाँ पे आप लव ह्यूमन रिसोर्स. It brings a tremendous belonging. 1,500 WhatsApps a day, 200 to 300 phone calls a day, about meeting 100 people a day, and every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, going out in our own private carriage, all over the Indian Railways, getting down at stations, getting down on the track, meeting the people, shaking hands with them, telling them, oh, I have gone something. So that brings in a tremendous synergy in the manpower. They all start loving the organization. What does a person who is working in an organization want? He wants a good boss. हर आदमी एक अच्छा बॉस चाहता है, बढ़िया बॉस होना चाहिए, छोटी बातें करने वाला बॉस नहीं चाहिए, हमको करप्ट बॉस नहीं चाहिए, हमको नॉन परफॉर्मर बॉस नहीं चाहिए. He wants a good boss. He wants to work for a great organization. He wants to give his life and soul for the organization. So he wants to work for a great organization. He wants a good culture. बढ़िया कल्चर हो, फ्रिल्स का कल्चर ना हो, no frills. Culture should be strict. The first order I passed as chairman of the Indian Railways was to ban bouquets. Second order within the first 1 hour was to ban gifts across Indian Railways. Third was to ban protocols across Indian Railways. We did the same thing in India. Just to tell to our people, well, it's performance which matters. You will be treated with a lot of justice. Don't bother about frills. कोई frills की जरूरत नहीं. Performance तो है. I've always believed in the goodness of men. That is the belief which the top management has to have. I've served for 40 years across organizations, across railways, across states. I have found only outstanding people, except one or two on fingertips, whom I can say they were exceptions. One or two, not more than my fingertips. Dealt with lakhs of people. I always found outstanding people. I gave them outstanding confidence. Anybody who was a direct report, I gave him outstanding confidence. Because I believed he is outstanding, and therefore he behaved as if he is outstanding. If I believed he is useless, he'll behave like a useless. If I think you are good, he'll behave like a good guy. If I tell him you are great, behave like a great guy. If I tell him you are useless, behave like a useless guy. I believe in the power of the human resource.
Correct, Mani sir, correct.
Here in India, I joined 2015. हमने कहा पूछा क्या करेंगे, मैंने इसी साल टर्न अराउंड करेंगे, इसी साल प्रॉफिट देंगे। पूछा कैसे देंगे, पहली बार हवाई जहाज देखा था, इसके पहले हवाई जहाज की कंपनी में काम नहीं किया। कैसे देंगे नहीं मालूम नहीं, पता कर लेंगे। We'll find out how to do it.
लोहानी साहब आपकी हवाई जहाज वाली ये जो स्टोरी है, ये is very interesting and we would like to really listen to this part, this experience of yours. But if in case you allow me, I would like to submit a handful request that if in case you can allow me to go back to Malhotra Saab before I go to Sahil. Sir, Malhotra sir, you have this philosophy of people come first. Before I come and submit my point to you, I would like to inform you that during pandemic, once people were suffering, our Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan has come up with a policy that if any student who has lost his earning parents and is having financial difficulty, Honorable Sir has sponsored entire fee of that student for the entire program, and that was the best part, showing that people come first. And he has done n number of things. Sir, I am coming back to you, Malhotra Saab. You also have this philosophy, people come first, especially in adverse situations. And you are going to start some digital platform for belongingness. If in case you can share with us upon this, sir.
Sure. So not only in adverse situations, people always come first. That's the philosophy with which we have been working. But of course, during the adverse situations, there is a need for higher compassion and coming together, and actually it is a little bit harder to follow that philosophy. So yes, so I see. Look, I mean, I think the way we look at it is actually quite simple. It's not a complicated philosophy. It is like this, that in today's day and age, and in fact, it was true always, but it has become more apparent in today's day and age. The biggest competitive advantage any organization can ever hope to have is in its people. At the end of the day, everything else is par for the course. Everyone has access to capital, everyone has access to some sort of technology, everyone has access to everything else. So at the end of the day, what differentiates companies that compound success from companies that are sometimes lucky is the kind of human resources and people that they have, and their belongingness to the organization, and their whole continuity, etc., and motivation. So what we do is very simple. The philosophy is, that is the most important asset that you are going to depend on for your continued success, then for every decision that you make in the organization at whatever level, we encourage people that your decisions should be made with the first filter of people being put on it. So for example, you get into a situation where suddenly all your factories are closed on 22nd March 2020. You can go back to that day, there comes a government directive and everything is closed, right? You have 2,000 some hundred workers in the plant, and you have a good, like everywhere else, a good 2/3 of those are contractual employment. you have the option legally to give whatever notice and be saving the organization a certain amount of cost by letting people go. But that's a decision you would take if your profit filter was higher than your people filter. But because the filter of people is higher, that decision was not even an option on the table. So it is clearly out of the window that you cannot let anyone go, period. That's the decision. Now you figure out how you are going to survive, how you are going to deal with that situation. So it's just that orientation of what comes first. That is why we don't call it so much as people, any other fancy name that the management books say. We call it simply the first filter is people. That's why we call it people come first. And it's then easy to practice at all levels of the organization's decision making, and then there is consistency, and then it becomes part of your DNA, right? So that's what we do in a simple way. And coming back to your question around what platform, etc. See, today for last 2 years, a lot of people are working remote. They are not necessarily meeting each other. Some of the stuff that you used to do, including town halls and Friday breakfasts and whatever else that you were doing with people, all of that was not possible to do every for a fairly long period of time. And then in any case, the younger workforce is a lot more digital first and wants to do things on phones and devices rather than necessarily always physically. So what we are building is a community. For the first time, I think we are doing this. It's a community of so it's kind of it's an app that we are rolling out right now, where we are getting the entire community of our employees, and not only employees, even our outer circle, which is our partners, dealers, distributors, their families even, and bringing them together on one single platform for interaction, sharing their voice, opinions. There are lots of stuff that we intend to do. It's just an early stage right now.
Correct, sir. Correct. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Again, before I go to Lohani Saab to understand that experience related to his being chairman at Air India, I would like to go to Sahil. Sahil ji, a sense of belongingness motivates people to come together, work together, and succeed together in the organizational ecosystem in today's world. What is your viewpoint as a leader?
Sure. So, Dr. Pandey and everyone else, thank you so much for having me over. I think after so many stalwarts that have spoken, it is always difficult to come in and share a perspective. But let me make it slightly more interesting and engaging by sharing a story. And I'll then come to answering your question as well, Dr. Pandey. Do I have around 4 or 5 minutes? Is that good enough time?
Please.
Lovely, very nice. So let me share with each one of you a story. And this is a story of a young boy who was born in South Bombay. This individual grew up as the only child of his parents and went to St. Mary's High School, which was a co-ed school only for boys. As this individual grew up, this young kid started getting bullied by a lot of his schoolmates, although he was very good at academics, but somewhere didn't really find the click, the way you call it. Went on to going on to HR college, a very, very different world out there, because you're moving from a boys' school to an extremely, cosmopolitan environment with a lot of different people from different walks of life coming in. And in one of the lectures, this young boy who went to HR college saw another person sitting on the other side of the class. And the entire class got over, the class walked out. And the two people, the boy and the girl who was sitting on the other side of the class, just looked at each other and they started having a conversation. The girl went on to say, you know what, my name is so-and-so. And the guy introduced himself and said, my name is so-and-so. And they just got talking. And the girl said, you know, it's been 6 months that I have joined HR college, but I just feel so lost here. And the boy asked her and said, but why do you feel so lost? And she said, you know, my dad is in a transferable job. And every 3-4 years, we just keep moving from one city to another city to another city. And therefore, the moment I actually go and join school, as I was growing up, it's time for me to move to another city and join another school. And I've actually gone through 3 different schools in 3 different cities. And this is my first entrance into college. And I don't know when is my dad going to get his next posting. And maybe I'll be away from here as well. So I find it very difficult to talk to people, to make friends, to interact with people. And then this boy just sat and smiled. And the girl looked at him and said, oh, but why are you smiling? Is your dad also in a transferable job? And he said, no, my dad is not in a transferable job. But you know what? I'm part of this entire crowd, but I still feel lonely. I'm part of this class of 200 people, but I still feel lonely. And I don't really think I can connect with the people in this class. And therefore, your situation is not very different from mine. And of course, they became best of friends and they moved on in life to go to various MBA colleges and then build their career. Ladies and gentlemen, the story is of nobody else but my own very story. And I want to share with you 3 takeaways from this on the topic of belongingness. And I'll link it, Dr. Pandey, to motivation and other aspects that we've spoken about. I think number 1, fundamentally, you can be in a crowd, but you can still feel alone. And that has a very, very pivotal aspect of what we call as belongingness. The second key aspect is all these years that this boy, which I've obviously disclosed now is me, was trying to really grow up. The entire intent was always to fit in. And when you try and fit in, it is very, very different from actually feeling as if you belong. And that could happen for various reasons of why you feel you're trying to fit in. And the third point I really want to share with all the 500 plus people listening in and the hundreds of others on YouTube will be listening to this session is believe in yourself. Because when you believe in yourself, fundamentally what you're practicing is vulnerability. And vulnerability will play out in 3 different ways. You believe in yourself, you will actually create psychological safety within yourself before you actually go out and ask for psychological safety in the environment. As a child, I used to get cold feet when I went on stage. I used to find it very difficult to talk in front of an audience. I used to wonder, log kya sochenge? And today, whether it is at events at educational institutions, whether it's at CII, whether it's at ASSOCHAM, it's been a great opportunity to actually go back and share the story, because that's the whole aspect of where you really feel that you belong. Because if you belong with people who you've received so much from, your ability to go out there and give back to the community is always a lot higher. I think Aditya spoke about it very nicely, and I know he's dropped off, but he spoke about the mindset of a relative with customer first. I think Rakesh touched upon transparency, trust, and inspiration. And Ashwini ji, of course, spoke about an environment where we all flourish. I think if you just look at what 3 of them have said so beautifully so far, I think the crux of all of this is intimacy. And as you build intimacy with individuals and create an environment of intimacy, of course, embedded with trust, you will see a lot of belongingness that would emerge. Now, the real challenge is not about belongingness. The real challenge is when you look, and a lot of students on this call as well, and therefore I'll talk a little bit of jargon as well. You just look at a 2x2, right? A 2x2 matrix. On one axis, you have uniqueness. And on the other axis, you have belongingness. Now, when you and I actually give up our individuality or uniqueness to be part of a larger organization or a larger culture, assimilation becomes very easy because you're being part of the crowd. But the real beauty is to actually maintain your individuality, maintain your uniqueness, and still feel belonged. And when that happens, that I would say for organizations, for educational institutions, for individuals is the best space to be. Maintain your individuality, believe in yourself, and yet find the sweet spot, just the sweet spot where you belong. Dr. Pandey, 4 minutes, back to you.
Thank you so very much. I'll again come back to you to understand how sense of belongingness drives organizational performance.
Yes.
But prior that, I would like to go back to one of the most senior person present with us, Shri Ashwini Lohani ji. Lohani Sahab, you have served in various states of India, holding apex chairs. How did you manage cultural diversity and inclusiveness, leading to fulfillment of organizational goal with the help of your happy and motivated team? Lohani Sahab, the great leader Lohani Sahab.
It was not really very difficult, Dr. Pandey. The fact is that you have to believe in that. You have to believe in the very fact that, see, I always believe, I've been chairman 8 times. I always believe that I always differentiated between what is mine and what is not. If I was the chairman of Indian Railways, that was not mine. It was not mine. It was just Railways was given to me in trust for 1.5 years to manage. That's all. It doesn't add to me. I remain what I am. One very big lesson which my father told me when I left my home was that I learned to differentiate between what is yours and what is not. Second thing is, so whenever I went to an organization, you interact with the men. The first day as the chairman of the railway board, I called my peon and I made him sit down in front of me. And I told him, I'll tell you in Hindi what I did. I said, तू भी नौकर है, मैं भी नौकर. मैं बड़ा नौकर हूँ तो छोटा नौकर है. मैं कमरे के अंदर बैठता हूँ तो कमरे के बाहर बैठता हूँ. रेलवे में मेरी जागीर है, तेरी जागीर है. दोनों की अमानत है. तो हम लोग में फर्क क्या है? हो सकता है कि तुम अपना काम ज्यादा अच्छे से ढंग से कर रहे हो, बशर्ते मैं अपने चेयरमैन के लिए उतने अच्छे से नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ जितना तुम अपना प्यून का काम कर रहे हो. And I told him because I believed in that. You have to have that. You have to believe that all men are equal. Yes, at the basic fundamental level, you are all equal. We are sitting in different chairs, different chambers, small chamber, big buildings. But at the core, you are all same. You all come from the Lord. And as human beings, we are the same. If you truly believe in that, your whole team will be the same. Because it's also about being genuine. जैसे बच्चा होता है ना, बच्चे को गोद में उठाते हैं तो पहचान जाता है कि इस बंदे ने तो प्यार से उठाया है और इससे प्यार से नहीं उठाया, जिससे प्यार से नहीं उठाया होता है उसके पास रोने लगता है. इसी तरह से my men also know कि whether the boss is shamming or he is genuine. So if you are genuine, you decide what is to be achieved. As Dr. Atul Agarwal said, हमने पहले डिसाइड कर लिया इसी साल टर्न आउट करेंगे. And then we have to enthuse the entire staff. We have to mold the entire team. We have to get the entire 35,000 men. Develop pride in the organization. So I have to give them a mission. मैंने कहा वर्ल्ड की सबसे लंबी फ्लाइट चलाएंगे. सितंबर में बोला कि 4 दिसंबर को चलेगी दिल्ली सैन फ्रांसिस्को. पूरे वर्ल्ड में कोई एयरलाइन नहीं चलाती इतनी लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस फ्लाइट on a 3 months notice. It will be a short failure. But if you're too involved with your work, then your gut is always right. There's a flight which we started on the gut. And it enthused the entire organization. It gave them a lot of energy, gave them a lot of pride, a lot of belongingness in being an Air Indian. A lot of pride in saying, yeah, I'm an Air Indian. That is what takes organization forward. We ran that flight, it became the world. It got a Guinness World Record for the longest flight in the world. Became one of the most successful international flights in the world. From thrice a week, it went to 10 times a week, and so on and so forth. We started, and we posted the first operational profit in 2015-16, as promised. When we promised, we did not know how we'll do it. We said we'll find out the ways and means. But my men had a target. इसी साल प्रॉफिट कमाना है, हमको अपना बेस्ट देना है. तो अगर आप इस तरह की belongingness, if you get this sort of belongingness from the staff, from the entire men in the organization, if they develop pride in the organization, like in Ashoka Hotel IT, we used to write. Now my staff have to know what is their immediate job, but they should also have the bigger picture. My sleeper in Ashoka, 2001, I was a chairman at Ashoka. He knew what the turnover target for the year is. 60 crores करेंगे सर, वो भी बोलता, उसको भी हमने टारगेट बताया था. कल तक का व्यापार उसको बताया था, because wherever the staff, if the staff entry used to put a board every day, target for the year, business till yesterday, business in the current month. Everybody had the bigger picture and everybody had the smaller picture. This made them feel one with the organization. They started feeling organization cares for them. And you have to genuinely care. And it's all possible. You talk about span of control, you can't look at more than 10 people or 20 people or more than that. You don't have the bandwidth. All these words used by consultants, I just don't believe in that. I can have a bandwidth of 1 million. It's possible. Provided I love my man and I want to create that environment. If you do that, miracles can happen. And they happen. But your entire team has to have tremendous pride and belongingness for the organization. And that only the leader can create.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you so very much, sir. We'll come back to you and we'll understand your Limca record story and other belongingness messages. But I would like to go to, again, Sahil. Sahil, what is your views on a sense of belongingness drives organizational performance?
I think, Dr. Pandey, just not performance, but even potential culture and behavior.
Correct, correct.
For a very simple reason. Look at it this way, right? When a person knows that they belong in a particular place, they can be themselves. And when they can be themselves, they don't need to wear a mask. And I'm not talking about literally wearing a mask in COVID times. I'm talking about the mask, right? You don't need to wear a mask because you can just be yourself. Take a classic example, and I know there are a lot of painful memories attached to that, but go back to the Taj. So many people at the Taj incident were actually protecting their guests over their own lives. And why do you think that happened? The whole sense of belongingness to say our Aditi Devo Bhava, our guest first and therefore them, that really put selflessness right in the center of every single action. There was no training manual, there was no SOP, there was no preparedness for an attack of that sort. But yet, the entire culture was embedded in a sense of this is our house, this is our family, we belong here, and we have guests who have come to our place. And we need to protect our guest first. And then we will take care of our house. And I think we've seen it as a practical example in real life, not just on pen and paper or sitting in the boardroom in air-conditioned offices. We have seen it in blood and in sweat, in real life, by human life being in the center, and what bigger than that. And therefore, I think it is great to have lovely things on the wall as values. I think it is beautiful to have town halls to give nice sermons. But ultimately, when the rubber hits the road and when behavior in everyday life reflects belongingness, then we don't even need to talk about it. Because agar kuch hona hota hai, the guy will not say, oh, look at the manual and see how many leaves can you take. The guy will say, your family member is unwell. Don't worry about work at all. You just take care of your family member. We will manage everything. And then everything else follows. And the other way around, you will say, oh, but you have only 5 days of leave. Oh, we will try and let you, or there will be leave without pay. Very, very bizarre kind of conversations, but they still happen in today's world.
Correct, correct. Very true. Before we start taking questions from students, I would like to go back to, again, senior person, Shri Lohani ji. Sir, Lohani sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. There was some disconnection. India is young. And you being the national Limca record holder, holding 4 engineering degrees and having written many books, what is your message for youth of India?
Rao, be honest, maintain very high levels of integrity. There are no gray shades. In integrity, there are no gray shades. So far, the baat karte hain, gray hai nahi. It's only black and white. Either you are honest or you are not. Put in your life and soul in whatever you do. Then sit back, relax, and enjoy. That is the message.
Okay.
Anything is possible.
Correct.
I have seen in my own life. Whatever you will, that happened. Whatever we tried, that may not happen. But whatever was willed, happened. It's possible in anybody's life. India is a young country. It's a very young country. It's an emerging nation. We are now in the front row of the Committee of Nations. India's ki tuti bolti hai pure world mein. Things can only go better. Whichever sectors I worked in, those sectors are destined for massive growth. Every sector is growing. And well, good times are better times, still better times are there to come. You only have to be honest and hardworking.
Great. Mobeen, can we take some questions from students? IT person?
Yes, sir. We can allow them to speak, sir.
Okay.
Once they raise their hand, so we'll allow to
Let me request the students, if in case they have something to ask from our respected guests, you can please raise your hand so that I should request Mobeen to allow you to speak. Students, if in case you are listening to us.
Dr. Pandey, we already have one question in the Q&A.
I am seeing many hands have come up. Let me request Nimisha Kapoor. Mobeen, if in case you can help me, Nimisha Kapoor.
Yes.
Dr. Pandey, we also have a question in the Q&A as well. So.
Okay, I'll take that question. Yes, I can see. We'll take that question. Nimisha?
Yes, sir. Can I start, sir?
Please, beta.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. I am Nimisha and I'm from BBA semester 6. First of all, I would like to thank my Vice Chancellor, sir, for giving me a chance to ask the question. And happy birthday, Atul, sir. So my question for you is, from your great number of years of experiences during the various things under various capacities, if you may kindly share one of your experiences on how your small action with thought of belongingness might have led to a life-changing experience for someone or a group of people.
Okay. She's asking Sahil and Ashwini ji that any incident where your action has given happiness to an individual or a group of persons so that they can have feeling of belongingness.
Right. Should I tell? Yeah. There was an incident in March 2017. There was an incident in which a honorable person beat up a Air India staffer with his chappals at Indira Gandhi International Airport. It was national news, flashed all over. And proudly he said, "Maine 25 chappal mari." Now, because he was honorable, not under me, you can't touch those category. Every eye was on me. My staff was looking at me. What will I do? The entire airline community was. And first of all, we did 2 FIRs against that guy. But I was not happy. I was not satisfied. I was disturbed for the night. If one of my staff had been beaten, he was the lowest level staff. Morning, I got up 5 o'clock and I said, "This fellow will not fly on my airline." My director commercial said, "You can't do it, sir. It's not your airline. This is a government effort, national airline. You can't do it." I said, "I've done it. I issued orders banning him from flying." Spoke to all the other airlines also, airline chiefs. Told them, "Ye aadmi aapke jahaz mein bhi nahi jayega." Immediately that day he was banned. And then we had a battle for 10, 20 days. I was a government officer, bureaucrat. He was honorable. Finally, a no-fly rule was law was passed. Airlines can ban people from flying if they don't behave in a particular manner. But the amount of camaraderie this built in Air India among the staff and among the entire airline staff cutting across airline was unimaginable. My Air Indians felt proud to be Air Indian that day. They said, yes, the management can stand up for us and go to the extent of being sacked. I could have been sacked for that because that was not within my authority. I was violating the law of the land by taking that step. So that was one step which really made a tremendous lot of difference.
Great.
And ultimately in the performance of the organization.
Great,
I think while Ashwini has shared a story about pride of the nation, I can share with you a very small story about pride for a family. We actually had a situation where one of our team members passed away at work. And of course, while there are a lot of policies and insurance and all the other things that you would do from a family standpoint to take care of the family, what we actually did was, in one of the instances, is we said this person was so dear and integral to our entire organization at that point in time. And we said we will start a scholarship in the person's name for young students. And then we said that for the family was a sense of belongingness to the organization to say, while of course it was because of natural factors, this, that, and the other, you actually had an instance where the person continues to live with us through his memories as a scholarship that we put in place for many other students to pass on and do stuff. And I think it is small things like these, apart from all the large policies and all the other breaking of the law of the land and all that we do, that actually touches families, because for them, every year they actually come and they actually take it forward, and the most deserving underprivileged student gets a benefit in that space. And I think these small things go a long way to create a sense of belongingness, not just for the employee who is no longer there, but even for the family whose young child moved on from this world. And that family and those parents today, every year, live with those memories.
Correct. In Q&A box, I can see question of Dipali. Dipali, yes, sir.
Sahil Nair made a very, very valid point. Looking after staff personally and family. I'll just tell you something very relevant to that. In railways, we always had a rule. If anybody dies in harness, his family is given a compassionate appointment. Other government organizations don't have that rule. But in ITDC, in the state where the rule is just not there, we started this rule. Anybody dies, his family will get a job. Even in India, we introduced this. If anybody dies in harness, his family gets taken care of. So if the entire staff knows, yes, if something happens to me and the family and the management is there to take care of my family, then all the belongingness towards the organization will go up by so many times. The ultimately resulting in performance.
Dipali, I can see your question and answer box, and your hand is also raised. Mobeen, if in case you can allow Dipali to ask her question. Mobeen, Dipali Gautam. I'm seeing two students, Dipali Gautam and Akriti. First, I'll take Dipali Gautam.
Good afternoon to honorable dignitaries. I hope I am perfectly audible.
Yes, beta. Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. Sir, so my question is, role of social media technology in enhancing the sense of belongingness in adverse times.
Sahil, if in case you can answer this question.
Sure. So I think, Dipali, that's a very, very good question, because being a millennial myself, I can tell you that social media is, of course, going to be all pervasive, right? And in adverse times, even more so. But I think two things we need to be extremely careful of. One, while we leverage social media, I think we have to realize that we have to find the balance between tech and touch. Just imagine, right? What are we doing on birthdays? What are we doing when someone really is in a difficult situation or going through a big problem? Just sending a WhatsApp message, sending an Insta message, sending a reel out. Trust me, it doesn't have the kind of impact then when you go right there, wish a person, hug the person, express warmth. And therefore, while social media is great for geographies that are far away, wherever there is an opportunity to be in person, social media can never replace that. That's point number one. Point number two, I think in adverse times, the social media does have its boon and its bane, and therefore the ability to understand how do we deal with sensitivities of people, be it caste, creed, religion, gender. Extremely careful to be very neutral in our views and in our stand, because in moments like these, if your intent is to help someone, but you may end up helping someone at the cost of hurting someone else because there are sentiments and emotions involved. And therefore, I think social media in a way is a double-edged sword. Great to be there, great to have an outreach, but use it in a very responsible manner. And most importantly, if you can have the first old school thought of being in person and actually expressing warmth rather than sending emoticons and wonderful images on social media, I would say that. I'm sure Ashwini should agree with me, but I'd love to hear Ashwini's views as well.
Ashwini ji.
I think you have covered it quite well. Sorry. I don't have anything to add.
Okay, wonderful. I'm seeing that Akriti Singh is also raising a hand. Mubin, if in case you can allow Akriti.
Yes, a very warm and lovely good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. And thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Sir, I would like to take views on this question. Like turbulent times like this pandemic COVID-19 have again taught us belongingness and inclusion in family, society, as well as organization. So, sir, can you please tell your viewpoint on this?
Ashwini, you want to go first?
Yeah,
please, sir, आप जाइए, आप बोलिए. No, please, after you. I'm sure you will have a lot more experiences to share, so please go ahead.
Pandemic time, yes, definitely the unprecedented times. And I still remember the end March 2020.
Yes.
The roads were empty, all the planes were just standing at the airports. All the planes were standing at the airport. Not a soul to be seen. Future. Nobody had any idea what is going to happen. Very difficult times. Yes. That is the time when the families got together. I spent time with the family now because 2 months there was lots of lockdown. All of us spent time with the families. And I really feel that is the time when I really belong to my family, because before 40 years before that, was every Saturday, every Sunday, no holiday, Holi, Diwali, every day to the office. But well, I learned a lot about belongingness during the times of the pandemic. And I think most of us have. After the pandemic has gone away, what you earlier took for granted, you started enjoying that. I think the kids, earlier they took for granted कि school जाना है, पढ़ाई होती है. But after the pandemic, I got a school right in front of my house. I can see the kids are so happy coming to school. They are understanding the routine things much better now. Offices were closed, the work from home. I never understood the meaning of work from home. How can you work from home? Go to the office for working. You are so happy coming to the office, meeting the colleagues. It was giving a huge dimension to belongingness. The same actions, the same activity which were considered passe earlier, they are great events now. Yes.
Sahil, if in case you can share your views.
No, I think
we are running short of time.
I
and
resonate with everything, so nothing additional from my side.
I want that I should allow the last student, Rishika Kumari, to ask her question so that we can immediately after that go to Dr. Kohli to request him to conclude the session and deliver vote of thanks.
Yes, let's do
Rishika,
that. Let's do
Mubin, if
that.
in case you can allow Rishika to please ask her question. Rishika?
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon, everyone present here. So my question is, what are the actionable small steps we, the students, should take to increase the sense of belongingness?
जान लगाओ जो भी कर रहे हो उसमें, that is one. Whatever you are doing, do it with passion. Keep no ill will towards anyone. Because दूसरे के बारे में बुरा सोचने से दिल तो आप ही का खराब होता है ना, मन तो आप ही का खराब होता है, उसका कुछ नहीं होता. Keep no ill will towards anyone. Work to the best of your abilities. अभी right now you are a student. Studentship में जान लगा दीजिए, जब उसका काम करेंगे उसमें you put your heart and soul in that. Love your men. Be down to earth. Be grounded. Have no ego. लेकिन जब ego बनाओ तो बड़ी बनाओ. Very simple steps. Life is so simple, but we have ourselves complicated it very much.
Rishika, I'll just have three things for you. One, be genuine. Two, be authentic. And three, give more than you can receive. And when you are always in the position of giving more than you can receive, you will always have the whole intimacy that you will share and give to the universe, and you will see the universe will find its way to give back more to you when you really need it.
Correct. Sahil and Ashwini ji, we have come to the end of this session, and I would like to request respected Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Punjab, Dr. Kohli Saab, to sum up this session and deliver vote of thanks. Honorable Kohli Saab.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pandey. And thanks to each of the panelists, Mr. Aditya Agarwal, Rakesh Malhotra ji, Ashwini Lohani ji, and Sahil, Mr. Sahil Nair. And of course, thanks to Mr. Pandey for keeping this discussion very gripping. The common points that emerged are simple. One, that we must invest in human values. That comes first. And these are the common points from the discussion of each of the four panelists. We must create working environment so that everybody can give his or her the best. And there must be an element of compassion throughout. Of course, the issues of values of transparency, these things are already ingrained in it. And there was linking of relationships between belongingness in relationship or between skill and values. These are all really important thoughts. And to make the issues more lively and easy to comprehend, the simple, short personal experiences like that of Mr. Sahil Nair, or the example of Taj, these were really befitting on the occasion. These are really interesting. And we must be helping the people during their difficult times and sharing the pains, sharing the feelings. That is what has emerged from this discussion. On behalf of the Amity University and on my own behalf, on behalf of the team behind our Honorable Chancellor, I am referring to Mr. Ramachandran ji, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, and others, Mr. Major Vinod John, They are the real support behind. So I express my sincere thanks to each one of you, each of the panelists. Two of the panelists had to go, I believe, early. And to the participants whosoever has participated in this discussion. Thanks a lot. And again, on behalf of you all, we wish very happy birthday to our Chancellor and to their whole family. And to you all, he is a part of our family. He's a very dynamic, smart, handsome, and real leader. We all are blessed. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli. Thank you. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get opportunity to once again, after Dr. Kohli, propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank
Professor Pandey.
Yes, Dr. Shukla.
Yeah,
Please,
Professor Pandey, I would like to thank that
please, Dr. Shukla,
Mr. Shri Aditya Agrawal ji, the director of the Vami Group of Companies, Ashwini Lohani ji, Mr. Anuj Gupta ji, Mr. Rakesh Malhotra ji, our esteemed industry guests, and our the Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.K. Kohli ji, for moderating this session, chairing this session, and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey ji, Vice Chancellor of MIT Patna, very well coordinating this sessions. So thank you so very much to all of you. And above all, I would like to thank Dr. Ramachandran and his entire team and putting this panel discussion on a very, very special day for all of us, the birthday of our Honorable Chancellor. And what a great theme, that enhancing belongingness towards social cohesion for the organization growth. And as so well said that belongingness means trust, transparency, values, and it is for all times. It's not only for the difficult times, but for all times. And so thank you so very much, all our esteemed panelists and my my colleagues from the Amity University, Punjab, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kohli, a renowned academician, researcher, and scientist, and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey ji, our Vice Chancellor, who are really immensely taking their respective institution to greater heights by full commitment and really they display that sense of belongingness. Thank you so very much.
It is all. I mean, we all feel proud that we are MITians. We have been getting opportunity to contribute a little bit in achieving the vision of our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan sir, and the dynamic and dashing leader Dr. Atul Chauhan sir. Once again, taking this opportunity to wish Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir many happy returns of the day, happy birthday. And we every time get inspiration, motivation, and support from Mr. U. Ramachandran ji and Gaurav Gupta ji, and the support of Rama sir and Gaurav ji motivates us to do new things in new ways. I'll end this session with one sloka. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayah, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukh Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Dr. Pandey, I will just come in for a minute because I was into back-to-back session. And would like to seek the blessings of our founder president always before I say anything in the group. The Honorable Vice President's vision and mission, why we are able to do this conference. And today is a very important day, the Belongingness Day of our young, dynamic leader, Chancellor Sir, President Sir, C5 Sir. So we are so excited today. And I would like to convey my sincere thanks to you, Dr. Vivekanand Pandey. Within no time, when I got a call from our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, we have to do this 2 days conference. I said, our team can do anything and everything, in 24 hours. That is how our Chancellor taught us. And thanks to Dr. Ravinder Koleji, yesterday night at 12 o'clock he landed after a NAC inspection from Hyderabad. But then he said, even if I would be landing at 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 6 o'clock, this is the, important day and belongingness day of our Chancellor. I would be chairing, whether it is from my home or campus or on the road. Kohli Saab, highly thankful to you. And Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, especially, to you and all the speakers, Dr. Pandey, this is your love and affection for the speakers. Similarly, vice versa, the speakers are, they are also part of Amity family. I could see still Sahil Nair, I could see you, and many other speakers. Gaurav is there online. Vinod John has been working over the last 24 hours. He sent me a message around 11:45, and Mantana from VC's office has been sending so many mails over the last 10 days. So we always say, Kohli Saab and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, this is inculcated by our founder, president and chancellor, sir. We work as a team, and this conference could reach to this level to start with under the leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor at AUP Noida and team. And then we took off, and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, a lot of hard work from you over the last 2 days. And we are so very proud to work under our Honorable Founder President, sir, and the Chancellor, sir. And we together will change the world, and we together would achieve the mission and vision of our Founder President, sir, and Chancellor, sir. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Good
so
luck to you
much.
all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good
Thank
luck.
you, Sahil. Thank you, Sahil. Thank you so much. Sir, with the kind permission of Shri U. Ramachandran,
and I could see Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, also. I don't know if sir is online. Sir, I could not see you. I thought you were on mute. And all the research and development happening in the universities of our Chancellor, sir, with the mission of our founder president, Selvamurthy, sir. We always remember you, such a humble leader and highly motivator. And you know how to get the research work done by our faculty members, and your experience, your humbleness, your leadership, and we salute you, sir. You are on mute, so I did not see you suddenly.
Thank you, Rama.
Without your
I was listening to all the conversation.
Without the blessings of our founder, president, chancellor, sir, and yourself, our universities cannot grow. And keep on blessing our universities across India, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ramachandran, and also compliments to Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Punjab, Mohali, Dr. R.K. Kohli, and also Dr. Vivekanand Pandey. You all brilliant leaders who are building Amity today. We are extremely grateful. I want to express, as one of the senior member of the Amity group, that I want to place on record our gratitude to all of you. You make so much of sacrifice, like Dr. Kohli, he mentioning that whether I'm in air, on road, or in the campus, I will attend. This is the spirit of Amity, and this is belongingness. This is the exemplification of belongingness, and this is what we emulate. I emulate from all of you. Thank you so much, Rama.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful, fantastic. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, may we request IT team to close the session now for the day?
Yeah, please, yes.
Yeah.
Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kohli sir.
Mr. Mubin,
Thank you,
please
everybody.
close the session. Thank you.
Mubin, thank you. Thanks to Sodi Saab and team. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.